there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword. Left, right, left, right. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Okay, here we go, round two.
Hey.
So, Zach, hopefully get his ass in here soon. Everybody else has the appropriate link, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna send the link in a little bit.
Alrighty. And
I'm
what about?
echoing.
No, you're not echoing. At least not that I can hear. Does Ann have the link?
I'm hearing you too. Are you sure you fixed the sound? Oh. Okay, this is now the Ben show, and you will all obey me. You will do as I say. You will all
Echo chamber.
get together and overthrow the U.S. government. Ignore the man behind the curtain. This is my show.
We're in our echo chamber. Yeah, are we still in our echo chamber? Echo.
Test. Nope, it's okay.
So anyway, my girlfriend.
Nope, it's gone now.
So anyway, my girlfriend. She says, "Geez, no, wait a minute. I messed it up already. What was it? Geez, you got a big pussy. Geez, you got a big pussy." But there's no echo. So yeah.
My girlfriend said, "Fuck me with 8 inches and hurt me," so I fucked her twice with 4 inches and punched her in the face.
Loved every minute of it. For some reason, the one from earlier isn't showing up yet, and I think it's just processing. Hopefully, there wasn't a copyright; didn't get popped for a copyright. But if it did, I'll re-upload it without that music. But
yeah.
Hopefully, it's just.
I don't think we did anything copyright.
Well, I played Alice in Chains at the beginning, but
Oh yeah.
all they do is they insert the appropriate information after the fact, and take over the monetization on it, and that's it. It's like I'm not monetized anyway, so what do I give a shit, I just need background music, and I don't want that generic YouTube shit, so.
You could just start, since I'm back into making music, try to start making music for this show.
Well, yeah, man, but you got to have something with some, feeling. I wasn't feeling the piano thing. The instrumental, it's all instrumental, right?
Yeah.
I need
to
maybe turn some of that stuff you wrote about in Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah into, songs.
Yeah, I actually do want to do that, but actually I need to brush up on guitar and piano because those are all country and blues songs and stuff. Mm-hmm. The Dying Nun was just dark ambient music.
There he is.
Because I like dark ambient music.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to hear you go off, man. Honest. What do you play? First of all, what's your main instrument?
Keyboard,
Okay.
piano. I'm not that good at it, but that's what it is. I mean, when I was making music in high school, I was making hip hop mostly.
Mm. So, what's changed since the last time a few hours ago, Zach?
Absolutely nothing. I took a nap and finished a book. That was about it.
What'd you finish?
I finished What Does the Bible Say About Various Paranormal Entities?
Ken Amy, right?
Yeah, Ken Amy.
Of course.
It was pretty good. It was very well researched, and I mean, it was actually like extensively researched, which was cool.
Mm.
Did
you? I'm sorry. Did you send the link to Ann?
Yeah, I sent the link to Ann, and I sent the link to Phoenix.
Well, I did too for Phoenix, but yeah, hopefully one of them gets to be a part of this. And so okay, go on with Ken Amy.
It was just a very good book. It was short. It was only about 150 something pages. But he goes into detail a lot about things like the cherubim, the seraphim. He talks about Leviathan, things like Lilith, which he doesn't believe Lilith is an actual entity. Just a ton of different things. It was pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly about like the angelic realm, but not like super in depth. Like he has other books like specifically about the angelic and the demonic realm. This one was kind of like a big, broad thing.
You said that you're working your way through Twin Peaks season 2, right?
Yeah.
Ben, how much of Twin Peaks overall have you seen? All 3 seasons?
I don't think I've watched any of Twin Peaks yet.
That's fucking lame, dude.
I have trouble. I have the attention span of a hummingbird trying to get laid, so I have trouble with TV shows.
Ah, okay. Well,
it seems like Twin Peaks would be for you then.
Yeah, I mean, I adore David Lynch. So.
But yeah, like we were talking about earlier, Zach, I think that we should commit to watching an episode a week of the new season, the last, the season 3, the return, and it's like I'll get to relive it and you get to experience it for the first time, and so we'll kind of bat ideas back and forth on what the hell's going on, because the weirdness factor is put to the absolute. The volume is turned up fully on season 3. It's like it's a reversal. Whereas the soap opera elements were dominant in the first 2 seasons. Third season, David Lynch basically throws up his hands and says, "All right, you monkeys, you want weirdness? Try this." And the soap opera elements are minimized in this new one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, from what I've gleaned just from the first season, and then maybe I can't remember where I'm at in the second one, the soap opera elements are there, but it's honestly hard to formulate an opinion on it. It's like I like it, but I guess I just need to get to the end. It's one of those type of.
But you don't understand. That's how David Lynch is. There is nothing you're missing. It's just he leaves things out intentionally. It's just, David Lynch is his own cottage industry, and I'm actually reaching a point where anytime someone is describes themselves or others as Lynchian, I tend to be wary now, because all the people who get described as Lynch aren't, they like kind of, get playful with conventional plots, but they don't get the essence of David Lynch. For instance, people called Kevin Donaghy Lynchian at one point. I do not think he is Lynchian whatsoever.
From what I've read from him, he's way too goofy to be Lynchian.
Yeah, no, he's talented, but then Jordan Kroll, I think Jordan Kroll would be more Lynchian than anything, based on what I've read of Kroll. So here is our first guest, philosophy professor Ben Burgis. I don't know why he would deign to, lend his presence to us, but thank you for doing so.
Yeah, thanks for blessing us smooth brains with your presence.
Thanks, guys.
So, Yeah, you're an author with zero books. I read your first book, "Give Them an Argument," Logic for the Left, and it was really good. It was really entertaining for a book about logic. It was surprisingly easy to read. About the only chapter where I had a little bit of trouble was the chapter on formal logic, but I do think you broke that down to be very understandable. I read it all in one sitting. I think it's a very useful book. What what kind of got you into writing that?
Yeah, well, I guess I mean I had been obviously, you know, teaching logic classes for years and years already at that point, and I had been doing a little bit of political writing, you know, counterpunch stuff like that. Uh, but I wouldn't have really thought particularly to cross those streams if you know, if not for you know, Doug Lane, who's the editor at Zero Books, and he kind of I think I had I'd known him from before, but you know, I was you know, like I'd submitted a paper to like a conference that he was running, and we talked about it then, and you know, the idea for the book kind of came out of that conversation, and you know, it took me a little while to wrap my head around it, but then I started to think, oh, this is actually something that there's, you know, that like is a hole that maybe really should be filled, because a lot of people, maybe on the left, people who share my political commitments, have sort of learned to roll their eyes when they hear certain kind of logic talk, or especially talk about logical fallacies, because they tend to associate it, you know, with some of the most annoying people in the world. But you know, for a variety of reasons that I argue in the book, you know, like it really is important that we, you know, that we try to get the arguments right, that we care about that for the you know, both for the sake of persuading, you know, persuadable people who aren't yet on our side, and because when, you know, disagreements on the left arise, as they tend to about, you know, once about every 15 minutes since the French Revolution, it's good for us to be able to navigate those, you know, using these tools instead of just kind of yelling at each other like people do on Twitter.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Like on the front cover there, you've got Ben Shapiro, who is a shame upon all of us named Ben. He's definitely like a part of that, of what you're saying. Like you know, like epic own of lay SJWs with facts and logic. That's kind of
Exactly.
He's kind of the one that came from. But as you kind of pointed out in the book, what Ben Shapiro does when he talks about like arguments, he's not really talking about arguments. He's talking about like rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly. He tends to like, yeah, he has a book called I think it's 11. It's something like 11 rules for debating leftists and destroying them. By the way, before you navigate away from the page, I do want to note that all the books that the readers also enjoyed there are also worth reading. I see that's Against the Web by Michael Brooks, Understanding Marxism by Wolf, Why You Should Be a Socialist by Nathan Robinson.
Oh man, these are totally not my bag. These are totally not my bag, but I'm firmly entrenched on the right, the conservative side. So
you should read all those books to help convince you.
I'm very anti-socialism. I do think that it's good that you guys are finally admitting that you're socialists, and there's no hostility here when I say these things. You know, you come into a space where we are having a dialogue, and I appreciate that. So
Yeah, I guess full disclosure too, the hosts here are conservatives. I'm a leftist. I consider myself an anarchist. So we will have like questions, but we're not here to like be hostile or try to like own you like we're Ben Shapiro or something.
All right, well, all good either way. But also lots of interesting books and arguments in the 3 or 4 books that I just saw there. So
Yeah, like
they're worth
the
plugging.
Chapo guide there. Like, regardless of your political beliefs, the Chapo dudes are hilarious.
They are.
Against logic, facts, and reason, it says here.
Yeah. It's kind of a running joke that, although it's also that on the show. Chapo Trap House got a leftist comedy podcast, and there's kind of a running joke about being against logic, facts, and reason, which is sort of a which is sort of their way of having a little fun at the expense of kind of the Shapiros of the world. But it's also something I talk about. I actually talk about the show at the very beginning of Give Them an Argument, because it's such a perfect example of what I'm what I'm reacting to in the book. I have no interest in sort of trying to pick apart the extent to which they're joking about this stuff and the extent to which they're not joking. For one thing, that's the very least funny thing you can do to a joke. But I think that it is an example of that kind of like eye rolling at talk of of logic and logical fallacies that I'm trying to push back against in the book.
Yeah, and in a sense, it's just like because a lot of the types who are like that, they tend to be very pretentious and throw out like the Latin words for logical fallacies to make themselves look smart. And it's about making themselves look smart rather than anything. Like, if you're going to be making arguments, obviously, if you're like arguing with the dude in the MAGA hat at the bar, you're not going to be drawing out like formal logic tables for him.
Yeah, of course you're not, right? But then again, if you are going to spend your time doing that in the first place, and whatever, I mean, not every conversation is worth engaging in. But if you are, then assuming that you're not just going to yell at him and say that he's a bad person or whatever, it is worth thinking about how you could make some kind of argument based on considerations that he might not just reject totally out of hand. So I mean, I guess the very rough comparison that I'd use is that like the formal logic stuff obviously isn't going to be relevant there, kind of the same way that when the weatherman is making predictions for next Friday, the intricacies of quantum physics aren't really going to be that relevant. But what they're doing is still based on not quantum physics, but physics. And I think there's still a sense of like figuring out, thinking hard about like what's a good argument and what's not a good argument. That's the core of what you're doing with logic of any kind that applies in one way, even in the argument in the bar. Not that you're actually thinking about that in the moment, right? But if you're at least thinking later about what you could have done differently, and basically the all the formal all the formal stuff. I guess the way I think about this is it's like to the extent that one of the things we're interested in with arguments is not just trying to convince people, although of course that is the main thing, but also just trying to figure out for ourselves what's true. Then to the extent that you do have the kind of leisure to reflect on what you're saying, and if it makes sense later, then these tools are helpful in that context. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. So like we were talking about the cover there, like you had Ben Shapiro being hushed by David Hume, and you kind of mentioned Hume a few times in the book, especially Hume's law, what I've called the is-ought dichotomy.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little about Hume's relevance here to someone who may not be too familiar with him?
Sure. So actually a good maybe entry point into this is thinking about Shapiro. Last year, there was famously when Ben Shapiro was promoting his book, which is name I'm losing now, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He was on the BBC and he was interviewed by this BBC presenter named Andrew Neil, who is in fact a conservative, although Shapiro didn't know that. And Neil was challenging him on some of his positions, about abortion and other things, and particularly he was asking him about these abortion laws that had recently been passed in Georgia, with these very harsh penalties for having abortions different times of pregnancy, and he asked why he supported that, and Shapiro said because of science, right? Science shows him that that's right, and I think thinking about what's wrong with that can help understand the point about Hume. So David Hume is the Scottish philosopher, Enlightenment philosopher, late 1700s. He's friends with Adam Smith, that era, and Hume talks about the distinction between is statements and ought statements, right? Is statements that are describing the way that the world is, and ought statements being ones that are about how the world should be, right? Statements about right or wrong, good or bad, justice and injustice, stuff like that. And Hume's point about the, what's sometimes called the is-ought gap, or, Hume's law, is that you can never logically derive an ought conclusion just from is premises. In other words, if you've got if you're going straight from premises that are purely is, and you've got an ought conclusion, then either there's like a hidden ought premise that you're not spelling out, right, or else the argument just doesn't make sense. So, for example, in this case, right? So what is science supposed to tell us about abortion? And then, what it would be is that it's that a fetus is a human life from conception onward. But of course, that itself doesn't even get you to the conclusion that abortion is wrong, much less that these really harsh penalties would be appropriate, right? What you need is an extra ought premise, which would be something like it's always wrong to take human life. But then one of the advantages of being aware of this, right, that there is this gap between is and ought, that there's this logical principle that that pure unmixed is premises can never get you to an ought conclusion by itself, is because when you actually spell out what the ought premise is, that's usually where all the action is, right? It's not that people disagree about a hot button issue like abortion because they disagree about whether a fetus is genetically human, right? Nobody thinks that human fetuses start out with raccoon DNA and only gradually get to have human DNA, and nobody even really disagrees if we're speaking strictly here about fetus being alive. They'll often say they do, but I think that's because people are being sloppy about terminology. I think what they really mean on both sides when they say, either I think that this is life from this point, or I don't think that's life. I think life starts later. Is that like being a person, they have the right kind of entity, and they have all the moral rights that we associate with a person, starts then. And of course, that's the part that's actually controversial, right? Like, so the controversial part is going to be when a fetus starts having those rights, and even when you grant that part, then there's still a big controversy that you can have about whether the right of a fetus to life outweighs the right of a pregnant woman to control her own bodily autonomy. And whatever you think about those questions, right? Those are obviously huge questions. If you just sort of say, well, science shows that abortion is wrong because it shows because it shows that a fetus is human from the moment of conception, then that's not really conducive to figuring any of this stuff out, because it's if you talk that way, right, then you're missing you're just skipping over the part that all the actual debate is going to be about.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I mean, it's a it would be just like saying, because logic. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Is you may as well just say, well, because my asshole, and it's just about as much as relevant because it's to quote the Eggman here. That's not an argument.
Right.
Yeah, you. I can't. I think you do briefly mention Stephen Molyneux in the book.
I do. But, I do. In the first chapter. So Stephen Molyneux, is really a kind of perfect symptom of what the kind of Chapo reaction is reacting against. He's very fond of saying of various things that they're not an argument, and of course. This is kind of a funny way to dismiss things, right? Like, especially when you're just taking assertions that you disagree with, and you're saying, "No, that's not an argument."
See, that is the thing that I've noticed a lot with a lot of these people. Like specifically, I can never say his name, Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah.
That's who they're talking about.
Malamascus.
Yeah, he's a good example because he's a very hardcore atheist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and
yep.
A lot of
Well, he was. I think he's kind of come around to I'm a hardcore atheist, but we need like cultural Christianity because Muslims running through the street and chopping our heads off and shit like that.
Nice.
Well, I've noticed a lot of these people, and I've kind of came to those conclusions reading a lot of guys like L.A. Rollins and a couple others. I'm forgetting their names, but. They point out that it's very hard for these people to like come up with arguments about why something like to really make it persuasive if they don't have like a I guess legitimate base for morality that religion provides. And is that why a lot of the people like Molyneux kind of resort to this like just hyper focused on like the ins and outs and like mathematical equations of like logic that just pretty much get on people's nerves because they don't want to like grapple with like something that like would in theory or go beyond logic. They don't want to like put their eggs in that basket for whatever reason, so they try to get in the weeds with like talking about logical fallacies and whatnot.
Well, I mean, I definitely have a slightly different perspective on the religion thing. Let's get into that in a minute, but just to real quick wrap up the other point first. I would say that like one of the problems, like the obvious point about the not an argument thing is that say that something, most things that most people say are not arguments, they're not intended to be, and saying that something is not an argument is itself not an argument, right? If there's an implied argument there, it would have to be something like, okay, what this person is saying is not an argument, and it's never okay to just say anything without explicitly backing it up with an argument. Therefore, it's not okay to say whatever this person just said. Yeah. But the problem there would be that then you have an infinite regress because what's your argument for that? And what's your argument for that? And what's your argument for that? And it gets very silly very quickly. I mean, as far as the thing about atheism and religion and morality, right? What I would say about that is so there's this argument from Plato in this dialogue. I always mispronounce this word. I'm probably mispronouncing it now. Called the Euthyphro, where Socrates is arguing with this like ancient Greek pagan priest Euthyphro. About holiness, and he asks him, is the holy that which the gods love? So is it holy because the gods love it? Do the gods love it because it's holy? And the way that would translate to this subject, right? So this is sometimes called the Euthyphro argument, is about the idea that religion is the basis of morality. The one problem with that is you say, okay, well, hold on. If religion is the source of morality, in other words, if the idea is supposed to be something like God, that like what ultimately makes something morally right or wrong at the base of it all is God approving or disapproving of it, right? God commanding you to do it or commanding you not to do it. Then you have this problem about whether God is commanding you to do certain things because they're good or not do certain things because they're bad, or whether they're bad because God commands you not to do it, right? So, in other words, if you think about like murder, right, the question here would be, is murder wrong because God commands you not to do it, or does God command you not to do it because it's wrong? And if you say God commands you not to do it because it's wrong, then the worry there is that that means if the cause and effect goes in that direction, right? God commands you not to do it because it's wrong. That it seems like it must be wrong for some reason other than God commanding you not to do it. And if you say that that it's wrong because God commands you not to do it, then that's a little funny too, because then you would have to say that, okay, well, if God had decided to command different things, then those would be right or wrong, right? So if God said, thou shalt not, engage in charity and kindness or help little old ladies cross the street, then charity and kindness and helping little old ladies cross the street is wrong. And I know that when you hear this, right, it all sounds kind of logic choppy and like almost like there's a trick. And it could be easy to think, well, hold on though, right? This is silly because God wouldn't command you to do those horrible things. But then the problem with that is that if you think God wouldn't command you to, thou shalt go out and commit murder and rape and not do any charity and kindness because murder and rape are bad and God is good, so God wouldn't command those bad things, then we're kind of right back around to saying that they're bad because of something other than God commanding you to do them or commanding you not to do them, right? So I know that's
I would say that kind of creates like a system of validation. Not that I would say God needs validation, but it's like that kind of morality is I would say that it's woven into us and we understand it. And not that we're like taking what God says and judging it for ourselves, because I definitely wouldn't say that. But it's like we can definitely rationally assess what's being told to us. So that I guess when you get to that point, it does become that kind of like leap of faith point where it's like some people are going to side one way and some people the other. So it's kind of I guess hard to really have like any type of dialogue on those grounds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is when you talk about morality being woven into us, in a sense, I think that's right. That if because whatever you think, and this actually gets right back to the Hume point, because whatever you think about, like whether it's woven into us by the action of a creator or just some combination of how our brains evolved and cultural things and whatever, either way, what I think is like the core of Hume's point about this, about is and ought, is that if you ask, like, okay, why do you care, like any kind of goal, right? Whether it's a moral goal or whatever, right? Like I care about having a more just society, right? Or I care about, we can make it more specific, right? As I care about, I don't know, reducing economic inequality. Now you could ask, why do you care about that? And a good answer might be, well, I care about this goal because there's some other goal that I care about even more deeply, and that advancing the first thing helps me advance the second thing. That's fine, right? But then once you get down to whatever we care the most deeply about, right, whatever we value the most, it seems like kind of a mistake to say, okay, well, why do you value that? Because what would count as an answer to that question? It seems like ultimately any sort of non-moral facts, right? Anything that's just like about, is like any kind of narrative about, whether it's about God or evolution or whatever, isn't by itself going to tell us what we should care about, right? Because saying that we should care about something is is kind of saying that, well, there's something that we value that would be helped by caring about this, right? So if you're asking, like, why do we value whatever it is that we value the most, at a certain point, it's like saying what's north of the North Pole. Like at that point, you might say, well, that's just not what north means, right? That like north means, towards the far north, magnetic pole. And so I'm not convinced that it ultimately makes sense to say that we could even really, meaningfully ask, right? Why should we care about whatever we care the most about? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
I'm kind of having trouble placing it in context, which we weren't really even like in like
Sure.
an actual discussion that had like really a question. We were just kind of talking. I'm trying to like say, okay, so you're saying that there's no way to like know why we should care about something because it can always be better. I'm kind of confused.
Oh, okay, sure. So let me try differently, right? So I would say, like, we might be able to answer why we care about something, right? Like, in other words, like there might be some just factual explanation of why it is that we value something we value. That like we can explain it like psychologically or in terms of God knows, brain science, whatever, right? But that seems like a slightly different question from why should you care about it, right? Like, in other words, like if somebody, like, imagine that you're talking to somebody who says, like, okay, why should I do whatever it is you're trying to get them to do? And you say, well, because it's the right thing to do. And then they say, oh, but why should I care that it's the right thing to do, right?
Okay, I get what you're saying.
At a certain point, right, the question doesn't even really make sense anymore, because it seems like it's as well. I mean, any kind of like the way that you convince somebody that they should care about something seems like it's always going to have to be about appealing to something they care about, right? Otherwise, what's the should?
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I don't think that we can be perfect and be like an ambassador of every cause. And I guess that would just go back to some kind of like fallen nature. Like, we can't really be perfectly empathetic like good people. It just kind of happens. Like, we get kind of pushed into dialogues. I mean, I don't really think. I'm not going to say I don't think that like it really matters, because it's a good point, but I think there's kind of like an out to where it's like we're never going to like. Kind of confusing myself here. Carry on. I'll come back to it.
That's kind of the problem with this whole rabbit hole of debate. The idea that it needs formal structure. Two people have a disagreement, and there is no. My view is that, in my experience throughout my life, is that there is no formal structure for disagreements. They're chaos, and one may prevail, or they both may grow tired of it, but very, very seldom will either actually change the other's mind.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of true, right? So I think that what is true about that is that when you're arguing with somebody, that it's very, very rare that anybody's just going to change their mind like on the spot, right? That like if we're having an argument about politics or even what we're just talking about religion and morality, right? It's very, like, you would be shocked, right? If we were arguing about this and like we were like halfway in the middle of it, I was like, you know what? Never mind, you're right. Right? And I would be shocked, the other way around, right? That's true. But I think that oftentimes, I think some people are a little bit too quick to kind of jump from that to saying that that nobody ever changes their mind because of arguments, right? Because of course we all change our minds, right? That happens. I don't necessarily want to say all the time, right? It kind of depends on the person, but surely, I think everybody does, have this experience. They used to think something, and now it doesn't seem right to them. And you know, it doesn't just happen randomly, right? You have reasons, you know, to change your mind. And I think oftentimes other people's arguments that you're exposed to do play a role in that. I just think the more psychologically realistic thing is to say that it's not generally a matter of like, you know, you hear you hear somebody, like, I don't know, you're arguing about the death penalty, and you know, used to, you know, you support it, and somebody gives you all these reasons to be against it, or the other way around, whatever, right? And then, like, you know, right away you're like, okay, now I see, you know, that it's wrong. I think what's more likely to happen, you know, at least in my experience, certainly, is that, like, maybe like later, right? Like in the moment, like your ego is too bound up in it for there to be much chance that you're going to change your mind right there. But like maybe, you know, days later or weeks later or months later, that, you know, you'll find yourself thinking back to the topic, and you'll realize that you changed your mind, right? That you'll realize that some of the reasons the person gave that you just thought were ridiculous when you first hear it, you like when you think about it again, like you realize that now you actually agree with those. And, you know, as far as like formal structure, I mean, I guess what I'd say is, like, what it kind of all gets down to is just like what's a good reason to believe something that isn't. And of course, you know, there's room for, you know, for disagreement about some of that too. But I think we can say some, like, pretty clear things about when something, you know, is generally a good reason to believe something, and when it isn't, right? So, you know, if just as a you know, just as like an easy example, right? Like the the ad hominem fallacy. I just did the pretentious, obnoxious thing, and, you know, said it in Latin, but that's how people always say it. You know, is so it's Latin for, you know, against the man, and people, by the way, wildly dismiss this or call anytime anybody.
Sorry.
No problem. Is saying something mean.
Oh, by the way, welcome to the show, Ann. Good to see you again. You are walking again.
Fair enough.
Always walking. Go ahead.
But yeah, you know, like, though people say anything mean ad hominem, but what it really means is just when you're taking some irrelevant negative thing about the speaker, whoever saying something, and you're using that as a reason to think that what they're saying is wrong, right? Like, so you know, if somebody is like is an economist, and they're arguing that some policy you support is going to lead to really bad results, and you say, yeah, but, like, I hear that he drinks a lot and he cheats on his wife, right? You know, that's not actually relevant to what he's saying, right? So that would be an objectively bad reason to disregard what he's saying. And I mean, like, that's just like maybe a simple kind of stupid example, but it does get the idea across, right? That there are such things as, like, better and worse reasons to believe something, and a lot of it's going to be fuzzy, right? But we can figure out some stuff about them, and it is useful to do that, if only so you can kind of try to figure out.
Okay. So Ann, our guest at the moment is Ben Burgis, author of Give Them an Argument from Zero Books. You heard of him, right? Have you heard of him?
Yeah, hi, Ben.
Okay.
Hi, Adam.
You know,
Sorry, I didn't.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to be walking again, but as usual, it's kind of, well. Anyway, go ahead.
You're a get up and go kind of girl, right? Do you? Where do you fall on this scale of political debate? And would you consider yourself, like, conservative, liberal, in between, like a middle ground? What?
Well, mostly I'm politics hostile. Politics tends to bring out the worst sort of power-seeking habits in people, whatever their ideology might happen to be. Over the years, I've worked for a bunch of different publications and different ideologies. I've worked for left-wing publications and slowly grew to loathe them, and then I worked for right-wing publications and slowly grew to loathe them. Although these days, back in the 90s, the leftists were more fun, and now the conservatives are more fun. So,
Right.
If you're going to base things on who I can tolerate hanging out with, I guess you'd have to say I'm conservative. But I guess my thoughts on politics have evolved from wishing it would go away to wishing it would go away and being fascinated by it, wishing it would go away, being fascinated by it, and attempting to take sides, failing at taking a side, and then realizing that sometimes there have to be people around who just have to kind of herd both sides into being a little bit more reasonable.
Mhm.
Because if we're going to have politics, you need to have sort of, and the COVID crisis kind of brought this thought into focus for me. If we're going to have politics, there's kind of going to be a left and a right, or a popularist versus optimist, as they had way the hell back in Republican Rome.
Mhm.
But if one, and they kind of can triangulate the best solutions together, especially in a crisis. But if one or both of them are, sort of infected by ideology to either an extreme degree or an ideology that's just completely not based in reality. There's a left-wing way of looking at reality that lines up with the facts, even though it has trouble grappling with some things. And there's a right-wing way of looking at reality that lines up with the facts, even though, not everything always fits, because people, they often pick their teams based on one issue, and then they wind up reverse justifying all the other opinions that go with the team. But basically there are valid arguments to be made on both sides, and largely people's situation or psychology, or their parents, whether they choose to rebel against them or not, will determine whether they're conservative or liberal or somewhere in the middle. But if you can see the arguments for both sides, and they all sound kind of pretty, and you can see the detriments of both sides, which in the case of the left are, if you take it to its extreme, which it always seems to want to do, you wind up with communists stacking up bodies by the millions.
Well, see, he's advocating for communism or socialism, at least here, and I honestly don't think he means to advocate for the stacking up of bodies. But isn't that
nobody ever does?
Isn't that what it always leads to? And he probably has an answer for this in his mind. But they tried socialism with Stalin. The guy before him, I forget his name. Let's see, the guy in Germany. Tito? In what?
Well, I kind of think
Tito was in Yugoslavia, and his market socialist economy was actually better economic-wise, at least until they started centralizing more.
So they were still stacking up bodies at the end, though. See, this is the problem.
I think that's why we need.
Let Ben respond.
Sorry.
Oh no, finish your point. I'll go after.
Well, my point was, I can see there are attractive things about both sides, but there are also detriments to both sides. And that's why there needs to be sort of a healthy debate culture where both sides can keep each other in check and triangulate the best solutions, particularly in a crisis like COVID. If we didn't have such a whacked out ideological left, we could have used their ideas along with conservative ideas to triangulate a much better solution. But we spent a lot of time impeaching the president and spreading the blame around, because basically there aren't enough people just sort of hanging around on the sidelines being referees, basically.
Yeah, so I mean, guys, first of all, Yugoslavia, I don't really think there are any bodies stacked up in that example, but I mean, on a larger point, So when people say this, that socialism, trying to do socialism leads to things like Stalin, to bodies, to bodies being stacked up. Well, I think that it's probably useful to try to define terms a little bit, right? Like, if so, I think certainly. Stalin, Stalin's Russia, is an example of a society that calls itself, that called itself socialist, that did these things, right? But of course, that's a very, very different idea of what socialism would be than certainly what somebody like me would advocate. Now, if you want to say, okay, but but people, no matter what they mean by socialism, no matter what kind of socialism they're talking about, it always leads to that. Then what I want to look at is the historical details of that, always, right? So, because I think maybe with the Russian Revolution, that's like really the only example of something that maybe was at first an attempt to create, a more democratic idea of a socialist society, and then with between the country being ravaged in World War One and the Russian Civil War, 4 years, and all et cetera, everything you could say about that period of Russian history, it turned into something very horrible. But that's also, and remember, to be really specific about what I'm claiming here, that's also the only case of something you could call an attempt to, create some more democratic idea of socialism. That turned into that, right? Everything else on your dictator
Yes.
killed the most people chart that you can point to, right? Mao.
Do you feel it's accurate?
I'm looking at it as I'm talking. I think whatever. I think that like nitpicking the exact numbers for how many people a given dictator killed at a certain point starts to feel like arguing about which particular brains Jeffrey Dahmer ate. Right? It sort of misses the point.
Right, because
I'm
even one is too many.
Yeah, sure, of course, right. So I'm not going to nitpick any particular numbers, but I guess the other the other people on here, who are capital C communists, or Mao and I guess Pol Pot. Anyway, sorry, I need to stop looking at the details of the chart and finish what I was going to say. But I think but I think all these other cases that you could point to, right? Mao's China, etc. These aren't things that started out as attempts to create a more democratic kind of socialism that just happened to turn into that kind of authoritarian capital C communism, right? These are revolutions that were led by people by capital C communist parties who were very explicit in seeing the Soviet Union as the model they were emulating. So that doesn't, so saying, when you say always, I think what that really gets down to is once, right? As far as an attempt to create something else turning into that. And then all of the others are self-consciously, explicitly attempts to create that thing. And then if you say, okay, well, what is it, forget what they were trying to do, right? What is it about those societies that led to those horrible results, like Stalin and the purges?
Starvation.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Starvation.
Yeah. So what is it that led to the starvation, the purges, etc.?
The seizing of utilities.
Well, I think seizing of utilities.
Execution of the kulaks.
Sure. So all of those horrible crimes, right?
The means of production. Seizing the means of production. Yeah.
Okay. So that would be your analysis. That what the sort of original sin that leads to everything else is the seizing of the means of production. The very fact of trying to get rid of capitalism is what leads to everything else. And I would disagree for a couple reasons.
I would.
Oh, okay. So one reason that I would disagree is that we can look at other dictators, including some I saw on the list there, who were not trying to seize the means of production, right? Who oversaw, mostly capitalist economies, right? Maybe some things were government owned, but most of the economy was just a regular capitalist economy. Who committed very similar atrocities. Hitler, is an obvious example. Mussolini, Pinochet in Chile, right? These were all mass murdering anti-communist dictators, who oversaw capitalist economies. So if we want to know what the kind of common thread is, I think that it's implausible to say that it's the seizing the means of production. That's it, right? So I'd say, okay, well, what is it about these societies that led to that kind of those?
Whoa! Hang on.
Okay.
The Nazis appropriated the entire German economy. They appropriated
No, they did not even
all
close.
of the Jewish wealth that they could get their paws on.
Yeah, Jewish
they did.
But Jewish people owned only a very small part of the German economy. The vast majority of the German economy was still private the entire time that Hitler was in power.
Well, I'm sure the vast number of employees in Venezuela don't work for the oil industry, but that doesn't make it any less of a destructive takeover.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's also why I would say it's absolutely beyond ridiculous to cite Venezuela as an example of socialism gone wrong, because Venezuela is less socialist than France. The actual percentage of the Venezuelan economy, the number of employees, the percentage of Venezuelans who work for the Venezuelan public sector, even at the height of Hugo Chavez's welfare state, much less right now, was only a little bit higher than the United States, but lower than France, much lower than countries like Norway or Sweden, right? So if you want to say state ownership equals socialism, then France, Norway, Sweden, these places were all more socialist than Venezuela, which is why I think that it would be a serious mistake to blame Venezuela's crisis on socialism. But what I would say for those other societies, as far, I think Venezuela is a more complicated case, but I think those other places, Soviet Union under Stalin, Mao under China, what is it that, that led to, these, that these horrible crimes being able to happen? And I would say it's the lack of political democracy, just like in the anti-communist dictatorships. And that's also what I would say is what would cause things like the famines that you're talking about to be able to happen, because if Stalin had to worry about re-election, then obviously, millions of Ukrainians starving to death, would stop that from happening. And then if we say that, right, that like, okay, so the crucial thing is how much democracy there is, how much role there is in the system for input from ordinary people, who don't like what's going on, then that actually, to me, is a reason to support socialism in the sense that I mean, which is that would actually extend democracy from politics to the economy. So right now, under capitalism, you have an extremely small number of people who are not democratically elected, who control vast amounts of the economy and can make decisions that impact everybody, right? So the reason that that I'm so sympathetic to socialism is that I like democracy so much that I would like it in the economy also.
There's just one problem with that. There are a lot of Americans who aren't in the 1%, but they do own homes and small bits of wealth that they've worked very hard for. I don't know how you can square the circle of having democracy but forcing people to give up their assets. I mean, let me just say this. I don't think the original sin of Marxism is so much the act of seizing assets, but the fact that, the original text, Marx himself, was very blasé about any kind of horrors you would have to commit in order to get those assets in the control of the state or redistributed.
Well,
I mean,
most Americans don't want. Go ahead.
I was going to say there was a big reason why he got into fights with people like Proudhon and Bakunin, who were very skeptical of using the state as a means to seize the means of production.
Okay, so there are two things there. There's the thing about home equity and other small amounts of wealth. And there was the thing about Marx's, supposed indifference to the horrors that might be created by using
okay, let me not say indifference. Let me say encouragement.
Encouragement. Right? So Marx encouraging
Go ahead.
horrors, so on the starting with the second one, right? About Marx. I think this is actually really interesting to look at, because if you look at somebody like a philosopher like John Locke, who's widely admired by conservatives and libertarians, then you're talking about somebody who was actually directly involved in colonialism and the slave trade, which are real horrors, and people don't particularly see.
Whoa! How do we get to the slave trade from?
I'm sorry, Ed, I didn't hear you. Can you say it again?
I'm just wondering how. Sorry, I'm wondering how we jumped from the slave trade
because it's an example of
in centuries past to.
And if we're interested in the question of looking at some philosopher from the past by what kind of horrors,
right? I would probably argue that even if Marx didn't necessarily maybe advocate authoritarianism, except in the short term, I think he probably did have a bit of an authoritarian personality. And I think the fact that he read at Max Stirner for more words than Max Stirner ever wrote in his entire life is a good example of that.
Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty long-winded. I can sympathize with that, but in terms of
I think just let me say, if you want to understand where I'm coming from in the debate, it's not really the seizing of assets per se that bothers me. That all sounds wonderful. We all start from the same place and everybody has the same chance, except there's nothing to get. The root problem is the underlying attitude of authoritarianism and the idea that I know so much more than a market mechanism, or my favorite philosopher knows so much more than the market mechanism, that it's okay to use authoritarian means or coercion or propaganda or any kind of means necessary to rehash the old quote, which is kind of the same underlying impulse that was underlying National Socialism. They had to purge the motherland of the inferior people, and if you had to break a few eggs, oh well, Now we have Antifa communists saying, well, if you got to kill a few white people, big deal. We're going to make a utopia.
Well,
and it's
okay. So
the same impulse. I feel that sometimes.
I've heard about 20 claims so far, and I haven't had time to respond to any of them. So let me just try to run through a few of them real quick. So first of all, as far as Marx and alleged support for using authoritarian means or short-run authoritarianism or anything like this, I'd like to know where. Right. So certainly when he uses the phrase dictatorship of proletariat, which means rule of the working class, right, extending democracy to the vast majority. The only example that he gave of something that he actually considered to be a historical example of at the time was the Paris Commune in 1871, which was extremely democratic. Any state official could be recalled by the constituents at any time and for any reason. It was also
excessively bloody. But go on.
And in fact, the only leader, not only did Marx not support any dictators in his life, which again, if we're going to do moral comparison to other past philosophers, I'm not going to belabor that point. But not only did he not do that, but the only head of state that he ever even thought highly enough to write him a nice letter was Abraham Lincoln, right? Who was democratically elected, who he supported because of the struggle against slavery. As far as home equity, I don't know any socialist who advocates the abolition of private home ownership. There might be socialists who have problems with landlordism, right? That some people owning lots and lots of buildings and other people paying them rents and would rather have either tenants cooperatives.
Yeah, that's one thing when you're considering that chart. It's just like when you're saying like how many people Mao killed, Are you including landlords? Because if you want to count those as people, is arguable.
So and as far as okay, so we start off, how are you getting this?
Sorry. And when you're not speaking, can you mute yourself? Because there's a lot of background noise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's getting a little bit too much.
So, as far as democratic, support, okay, but how are you going to take stuff away? Again, I don't know any. I know a lot of socialists. I don't know any who say that all private homes should be nationalized. I also don't know any who advocate any means of doing this that doesn't involve first convincing most people to vote for a democratic government that would do these things. Finally, as far as the idea that everybody has an equal chance, but you don't really have a chance at anything because without markets, there's nothing to go around. There's a whole thing talk about in the book about what's called the calculation problem, which is the idea that you couldn't have socialism because there's no way for planning to do as good a job as markets. There's a whole debate to be had about that, but the simplest thing you could say about that is that you could have a form of socialism that keeps that if this really does turn out to be an unsolvable problem, you can have a form of socialism where you still have markets, but maybe some particularly important things, healthcare, housing, etc., are taken out of it, and also if you do still have to have a private sector, it could at least be a private sector dominated by worker cooperatives, worker-owned businesses, which I would argue if we look around the world, we look at things like the Mondragon Corporation in Spain, which is a very famous and long-lasting example of a worker co-op, or worker co-ops in Italy, Cooperation Jackson, in this country. I think there are examples of very successful worker co-ops, places where the company is collectively owned by the workers, and they can either directly elect management or elect a council that appoints management, and you're not going to get these dominating the whole economy just from like the market doing its thing, because I think traditional capitalist businesses are going to have some competitive advantages. But I think if we look at ones that already exist that are fairly successful, that does give me hope that we could have workers' control of the means of production without just economically collapsing.
Right, and there are libertarian socialists like Benjamin Tucker who advocated for a similar kind of economy, and he believed that like the root of it was getting rid of what he called the monopolies, which was monopoly on land, like getting rid of absentee land ownership in favor of a sort of a use-based type of ownership. Let's see, tariffs were another one. Money, he believed that there should be competing currencies, and patents, the idea of that you can own an idea in the same way like you own, like, I don't know, a bottle of whiskey or something like that. I think like getting rid of things like that would be a good way to move towards a more equitable society.
All right. I just happen to find that any idea of changing the very apparatus on which this is all based is a grave mistake that we would all our descendants would live to regret. And I don't think that the system is so broken that we need to make a shift this radical. I do think that we need to break up some of the tech monopolies who are vastly out of control with their censorship. They have one foot dipped in publisher, 1 foot dipped in private company, and they're going to have to. That's going to have to be addressed at some point. I know from experience, and both of my co-hosts should know what it's like to be censored by these giants like Google, because we constantly have to fight copyright battles and whatnot.
Get rid of copyright.
Yeah, but not just copy. Well, maybe relax copyright. I could go with that, but also I think that I mean we battle a lot with with charges of indecency, where I have to go and appeal, just to get my own video restored. It's fucking exhausting. Had to do it several times now. I will approach this platform as I damn well please, especially since I'm paying, so much money to StreamYard every month. I'm sick of these tech outfits, just lording over us, and we don't have any alternative.
Yeah, I mean, right. So, and I think that actually, I would argue there's a core of that complaint that, that gets at something really important that's related to what I'm talking about with democracy, because, if we can kind of get beyond this libertarian understanding of free speech, where as long as it's not the government that does it, then nothing to see here, it's fine. Then, and we can see that, it actually is a problem if a few companies are exercising all of this control over the flow of information, and the idea opposed to and all of that stuff. Then I think that so that gets us at what I think is a more plausible idea of freedom. That in other words, if you've got freedom of the press, but most people can't afford a printing press, then it doesn't necessarily mean that much. And if what we're interested in is whether most people can control the course of their own lives and all the ways that we want them to be able to control them, and we can see that private economic power, like Google, YouTube, whatever have, can be a problem for that, the same way that state power can be a problem like that. Then maybe solutions that are too extreme, that we don't need to go that far. That's certainly a debate that we can have. I mean, I don't think I'm under no illusions that most people are currently on the same page that I am there. But at least it is useful if we agree on some of the starting points about what the problem is.
Right. Well, I think the fact that a printing press got mentioned as a powerful organ of communication means that we might be having a debate that's slightly aged.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, that would be.
You're right. Large companies like YouTube, etc., do have far too much power over the public square, the public sphere. And it kind of brings up something that I think I've seen a lot of libertarians sort of inadvertently admitting, the fact that if a corporation gets big enough and has enough power, it essentially functions as a government. And it's not even an elected government unless you count voting with your dollars, which sometimes you don't have a choice. You have to subscribe to Comcast, or you have to be on YouTube or whatever. And I think by arguing against allowing YouTube to censor them, a lot of libertarians are kind of admitting that we need to broaden our definition. If you're against extreme government control, you kind of need to broaden your definition of what a government is, because there's a vast difference between standing up for a small businessman or a kulak who the state wants to seize his assets, and standing up for YouTube's right to take what is practically the public discourse and narrow it down to a very tiny ideological bandwidth. This is why I find Andrew Yang, if not, he's interesting. He's the only sort of major political candidate I've seen in probably my whole lifetime who's sort of gone beyond debating this argument from the 19th century between industrial capitalism and Marxism. And a lot of Marxists do tend to argue as though things like North Korea never happened. I mean, if you were a Marxist in 1912, you had a great excuse because it's a very beautiful sounding thing. But a lot of water has gone under the bridge. And then we were stuck in that debate. Then we got stuck in the Republicans versus Democrats 1980s debate, which Donald Trump and Joe Biden are still up there on stage doddering around arguing about.
Yeah, vote Kanye West 2020.
And oh fuck yeah. I never thought I would see that shit happen, but yeah, I'd vote for him. I mean, he's still breathing and can put together a coherent sentence. That makes him the best man in the race.
And he hasn't raped anyone, as far as I know.
That is true. That is a huge qualification for president this year.
Yeezy 2020.
Ben, do we want to we want to table this part of the discussion and move on to cancel culture? I'll let you steer. This is your baby. So.
Yeah, I think we can. If we want to come back to this later, if we have time later, we can. But yeah, we can.
We do have a guest coming on at 9. I just wanted to remind you, and we do have a lot of stuff we still need to talk about that we may do when he comes on. But we need to address cancel culture.
Well, okay. Before we do that, let's talk briefly about the book you have on screen here. The Mayhem, a leftist critique of Jordan Peterson, which you contributed to, and you've also done a few videos on Zero Books and such, critiquing Jordan Peterson. My first question: is that cover a guy getting a prostate exam?
I lost the argument about the concept for the cover image, but I think that's some sort of I think it's like the inside of a lobster or something.
Oh,
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Peterson talked about lobsters at some point. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he talks about lobsters a few places, notably 12 Rules for Life, and he seems to sometimes suggest that it shows something about how deeply rooted hierarchy is biologically, that look at lobsters who split off from us in the evolutionary family tree, a zillion years ago. But they have these dominance hierarchies. So, what makes us think we could do without them, right? So, hence the lobster joke in the cover.
Okay. You've been kind of critical of him because he's kind of interesting because his base idea that people use activism as a means of filling a void in their life is true. You only have to spend 5 minutes on Twitter or Tumblr back in 2012 to know that. But he seems to go one step further and kind of say, well, no, if you're doing that, it's a sign of a problem, and you should just be focusing on cleaning your room.
Yeah. So he does. He does say things like that. I think that, my larger issue with Peterson, and one of them, is that, I'm sure that a lot of the self-help advice is good, or, it's fine, right? It's what you'd find in any number of self-help books. But it's certainly, mixed with this political message that I have much more of a problem with. And oftentimes, he seems to be suggesting that these kind of bogeymen who he calls postmodern Marxists, and he also seems to equate those with, what you might just think of as SJWs or whatever, right? It's all kind of one big thing for him, are trying to have this utopian project to get equality of outcome, which is bad because the only kind of good equality is equality of opportunity, and that any sort of attempt to get rid of hierarchy and achieve equality of opportunity. And I guess this goes back to what we were just arguing about North Korea and all of that, right? Whether these are the sort of inevitable results of any attempt at replacing capitalism with any form of socialism, or whether these are specifically the result of the lack of political democracy, just like all the right-wing anti-communist dictatorships that killed lots of people in the 20th century. that any sort of attempt at getting rid of hierarchy and achieving equality of outcome as opposed to opportunity is going to lead to that, right? I mean, that's more or less his pitch. And so one of the rules for life even is the clean your room one, right? Don't try to change the world until your own house is in perfect order. And I think that I have a few different problems with that, right? One is that as first of all, I'm skeptical that you can make that much of a distinction between outcome and opportunity in practice. I think one generation's outcomes tend to become the next generation's opportunities. That doesn't mean that upward mobility doesn't exist. Of course it does, right? There are individuals who, through a combination of luck and extremely hard work, do climb out of bad circumstances. But meaningful equality of opportunity would mean that everybody who had the same talents, at least, had a roughly equal shot at achieving certain kinds of positions. Not that, like, okay, some people through extremely hard work and luck and whatever, can make it from the bottom of society to the top, but that it would be equally easy no matter what your starting point was. And I also think that there's something funny about this argument because, of course, nobody actually wants to get rid of all hierarchy, right? If hierarchy just means, some people talk like they do. I don't think they've thought about it very much. If hierarchy just means any kind of unequal distribution of power or really any kind of unequal distribution of anything, then nobody's for perfect equality across the board, right? Even those anarchists that the other Ben was talking about, Proudhon and Bakunin, even those people didn't think that we should have perfect equality of power between parents and very young children. So if your toddler wants to walk into traffic, you have to let them.
Bakunin had this phrase, of course I defer to the authority of the bootmaker, which is like this idea of, well, if someone knows something, obviously you defer to them and don't, pretend that they have no authority over their subject. But I think Noam Chomsky puts it a good way when he talks about how hierarchy needs to justify itself. It needs to show that it does have like legit authority over a subject, and that we don't give them authority because, I don't know, they came out of like a Clinton or something like that, because they're a Clinton or something.
Right, exactly. Right. So nobody thinks that we should reorganize, professional basketball so it's non-hierarchical and everybody wins every game, right? Nobody thinks that we shouldn't defer to the authority of the bootmaker. But there are specific kinds of social and economic hierarchies that are more controversial, and it's one thing to say, okay, I think that this sort of specific kind of capitalist economic hierarchy, that is something we need to keep because trying to get rid of it will lead to this bad effect or that bad effect, right? I think that's obviously I disagree, but that's an argument we can have. But I think that's very different from just sort of saying, well, because, hierarchy in general is in our genes or whatever, therefore this particular attempt to create a less hierarchical society is bad, because after all, you could equally play that game at any stage of human history, right? You could when we were arguing about whether society should be divided into lords and serfs, or everybody should have equal rights, or we were arguing about whether, the hierarchy of masters and slaves and plantations should exist, or, any of these previous, whether women should be allowed to vote, or whether you should have a gender hierarchy where only men can vote. You could use this same move in any of those cases, which makes me very skeptical that it does that like it really does as much work as he thinks it does in showing that these particular calls for a less hierarchical society are wrong.
Yeah, the thing with Peterson is
go
ahead, Ann.
I was just going to say, if you want to make a hierarchy prove its authority, I mean, when all those philosophers are writing, this race hadn't really been run yet. But, as imperfect as the United States is, it's given its people a standard of living that a few generations ago people couldn't have even imagined. People in Marx's time couldn't have imagined. And meanwhile, the Marxist hierarchy of, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and which kind of practically always seems to turn out to be the most faithful party member gets the mansion, because people are full of shit, let's face it, and ass kissing will get you a long way in any system. But if you want to show your work and show some justification of your authority, I think it doesn't take that long to show that capitalism has a better track record. Even though it's imperfect, it's a lot better than anything we've ever had. And I'm not sure that you're going to find a lot of people who are going to want to, well, I shouldn't say that because people are pretty stupid, but you shouldn't, in a perfect world, be able to find a lot of people who want to throw away what it's done in order to have one last crack at a 19th century philosophy that's been shown over and over and over to be a disaster.
Well, I don't think.
I'm sorry I missed the debate on the Koreas, but go ahead.
Yeah, I obviously don't think it's been shown over and over and over to be a disaster. Like I said, if the idea is that any attempt to create any form of socialism is going to lead to something like the Soviet Union, then I'd say we have one example of that, and all of the other examples you might want to point to, Mao's China, Kim's North Korea, etc., weren't things that started out as an attempt to create a democratic form of socialism and became authoritarian. They were things that were created by people who were ideologically followers of that capital C communist Soviet model, who intended to recreate it and succeeded in it. So that doesn't really tell you anything one way or the other about whether every attempt at that is going to turn into that. Now, I agree. Soviet model is not a good model. That's not what we should not what we should try to do. But the question is, if we are looking out at the world today, right, and we say, okay, what seems to be working well, and what's working badly, and what can we learn from that going forward? Then I would say that, of course, the sort of socialism that I advocate doesn't exist and hasn't. But that doesn't mean that we have to look at this as a total leap into the unknown, because we can certainly compare different kinds of capitalism that exist right now. And while it's very true that the lifestyle of contemporary Americans is much better than it was a few generations ago, things are much better than that in countries like Norway and Sweden and Denmark, which are certainly capitalist countries, right? I wouldn't argue that. But they're capitalist countries that have enacted some fairly deep kinds of socialist reforms in terms of things like nationalized health care, things like tuition-free public higher education.
You see, that's one thing that makes me wonder if we're going to get to a point with intense technology and automation to a level that we've never seen before. Do you think we're reaching an age where the old paradigms that we're talking about literally won't be applicable?
Well,
where you can pay for all these things, and it's kind of corny as it sounds, robots can do it, and it will in essence be free for everyone. But then that will just take away a lot of jobs, and it gets real tricky talking about it. But have you seen evidence that you think we're actually reaching that point to where all these paradigms literally won't matter, and we don't have a choice or don't really have much say in it because the automation will take over?
Yeah, so I'd say two things about that. The first is that whether it is actually true that we're going to get this kind of so much automation, it's going to cause massive long-term unemployment. Somebody like Andrew Yang might say, various people in Silicon Valley who have views like this might say, that I'm going to be agnostic about, if only because this isn't the first time we've heard this, right? You can go back to the 80s, the 70s, the 50s, and you can find people saying the robots are coming, all the jobs are going to be automated away. This is going to happen, in 10 years, 20 years, whatever.
Yeah, I wasn't really asking in that type of sense, but I'm talking more about the way, whether we're going to be the socialism that you talk about, if it's going to be completely different with
Like,
automation injected into it.
Yeah, good.
Fully automated gay space communism.
Yeah, well, what that's so that's what I was going to say. If you the first question is, are we really going to get this much automation? And the only honest answer I think is I don't know. The second question is, if we do get that much automation, that like there's just this massive chunk of the work that should be done by humans that's just going to be done by machines now, and instead of what's happened in the past, where maybe some old jobs are automated away, but new ones are created, like that's not what happens. Instead, we just have, instead the machines just take the jobs of a huge portion of the population. And what I'd argue, Peter Frey's his book about this called Four Futures, where he gets into some of this stuff. What I'd argue is that if that happens, right, if we take the premise and just roll with it, then actually that kind of 19th century debate about who owns the means of production matters even more, because if the machines take the jobs and the machines are in private hands, then what it means is that the results enrich the people who own them. Everybody else is lucky to get that, kind of Yang bucks, UBI or whatever, which at a certain point starts sounding like the bread rations in ancient Rome, when all the small farmers, were put out of work, by the expansion of the huge landed estates, and they all ended up in Rome. And eventually, just so there wouldn't be riots, they had to give them some bread rations, but it was a pretty miserable way to live. That sounds like the scenario that we get there. Whereas if the machines are doing all the work and the machines are collectively owned, then that's actually good news, right? So one way to think about this is if the workers are, collectively owning, democratically controlling the means of production, then if it turns out that, that now, because of automation, only half as much work has to be done before, then instead of what would happen under capitalism, which is that half of them keep their jobs and work just as much as ever for the same pay as ever, and half of them lose their jobs, they could vote to just give themselves half as many hours every week. Everybody could just work 20 hours a week and reap the same rewards. Whereas I have a very hard time seeing how that outcome is going to happen if the machines are still owned. If the pattern of ownership is still like what we have in the United States right now.
So, in your view, I would not.
Workers. I was just going to ask, do you think that workers are inherently better people than capitalists? Because the only way for that not to coalesce back into Hobbes's Leviathan is for people to be morally different.
No, I completely disagree with the premise. So first of all, no, I absolutely don't think workers are better people than capitalists. I also don't think that we need to assume anything positive about human nature to think that socialism would be good. In fact, I think that if we assume really negative things about human nature, that we're always on the brink of Hobbes's Leviathan, I think that actually gives us even more reason to want workers control the means of production. Because if you assume that given half a chance, any human being is going to treat another human being like a little boy might treat an insect in a jar, then that gives you a really good reason not to want to give any human being as much power over other human beings, certainly as Stalinist bureaucrats had over people in that system, or also as corporate CEOs, bosses, have over ordinary people in this system, right? That if you think that that given half a chance, people are going to act like Harvey Weinstein, or these other cases like that, then that gives you a reason to want. Sure.
Well, that's really interesting because I've heard your free market opponents make the exact same argument, but in reverse.
Well, what I
if
often
you think people are too bad to handle capitalism, why would you hand them the keys to a city?
Yeah, well, because the people.
That's my argument as an anarchist. If people are so bad, then why do we want to give a certain select group of people a monopoly on violence in society?
Yeah, so I'd say that if people are that bad, and I know that this is the argument, the other way around is the more common argument, but I would argue it doesn't really make that much sense the other way around, because, if people are so bad, then the last thing you want is for a few of them to have the keys to the city and everybody else not to, because that way the few, whether those are capitalist bosses or Stalinist bureaucrats, are going to abuse the shit out of everybody else. Whereas if you make equally pessimistic assumptions about human nature, I think everybody having an approximately equal amount of power is probably the best check against anybody abusing an imbalance of power. And the reason that I'm not an anarchist is that I'm very skeptical about the idea that if we abolish this sort of the state as a system for managing the use of violence, that the alternative that's going to arise is better, right? So I'd point, for example, to a recent tragic instance in favor of skepticism there, which is what happened in Chop or Chaz or whatever you want to call it, the neighborhood of Seattle that was police free recently, where you ended up getting kind of armed vigilantes who were protesters acting in kind of the same way that the police do. That there were actually a couple of incidents where unarmed black teenagers were killed by these people, and if you're going to have this potential for violence and abuse, I'd at least like the people who are overseeing whoever has the guns to be democratically elected, so we have some form of accountability.
Well, I actually I do agree that the Chaz was a disaster. I ultimately think the people who were organizing that weren't fundamentally serious. I remember like a week or so ago, a bunch of the organizers were telling people to go home and vote for Biden, which makes no sense to me. But I would like to a counterexample. I would point to the Rojava in Syria and the Zapatistas in Mexico, especially the Zapatistas. Since the 80s, they've maintained a libertarian socialist society, against a what?
1994, I thought. Maybe I'm misremembering. That's what I thought.
I may be thinking of when they first organized, but yeah.
I get your larger point, yeah.
But yeah, they've maintained a libertarian socialist society and have held their own against both the Mexican government, the cartels, and so forth pretty well, actually.
Yeah, so I mean, other than that, I thought I remembered it started in 1994. I know less about the Zapatista case, but certainly in the case of Rojava, I guess what I kind of push, right? So for anybody who's not familiar, that's like the like Kurdish leftist enclave in Syria, which did lots of great things and helped defeat ISIS, but I would question, it's like, okay, in what respect is that really not a state, right? In other words, if there's like a well-organized army, right, which they certainly had, if somebody had tried to start like an alternative army that wouldn't have coordinated with them, I'm sure they would, in that same territory, I'm sure they wouldn't have stood for it. If they have well-defined political institutions and elections and all of this stuff, then it kind of, I mean, maybe this is just a semantic disagreement. It's not that interesting, but it kind of starts to sound to me like a state, right? Maybe a better and more democratic state than other states, which is great. That we should emulate that. But I guess I have a little bit of trouble seeing how that's not a state.
I guess it is sort of a semantic thing. As far as I know, the Rojava didn't have a centralized state, and they were very heavily local. And obviously, they were in the middle of a civil war, so that's a huge problem for them. But as far as I can tell, like most of the people living there were essentially, part of their militia, which I think is a good way to have civil defense in a truly free society where most of the citizens are trained in self-defense to an extent. But so I think we are running out of time before our next guest, so we should move on to what your next book is going to be.
Yeah.
So you're working on, I think you finished it and it's coming out soon. It's called "Canceling Comedians While the World Burns," which I think is a really great title. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So this is the one where I do critique a lot of what I think is wrong with the contemporary left, not from a perspective of disagreeing with the its goals, right, politically, which I share, right, obviously as a leftist, but in terms of critiquing ways that it acts that I think are both bad in themselves and also really counterproductive in terms of achieving those goals. So let me just give you just run through a couple of quick examples. So one would be if you think about things like last August, there was a convention of DSA, it's Democratic Socialists of America, in Atlanta, where I live, and there were famously these clips of the convention that were played on Tucker Carlson's show, where you see things like people being told not to clap in case anybody there had some very rare noise sensitivity, and
do jazz hands instead.
Yeah, you should do jazz hands, wiggle your fingers, whatever. You should, know, somebody says, oh, hey guys, shouldn't have crosstalk, because it's the same problem. And then somebody else yells at the first guy for using the word guys because it's gendered language. And what really gets me about all this as I watch it is that it's not like Tucker got these clips by doing the old like Breitbart thing and like sending in somebody undercover with a hidden camera. The TSA itself.
I'm doing a doing a podcast and I ran out of. I can't get reception up there.
I don't think the man is talking to us.
Okay, so they DSA was streaming it itself online, right? Like so this is how people choose to act, knowing that any random person could watch it, which seems like kind of horrifying in terms of just thinking strategically about how you're going to come off to somebody who's not already immersed in your particular political subculture. And I'd say very similar things about the example of the title, right? If you're acting like this humorless scold, that you're an overgrown hall monitor, policing, what jokes somebody's telling, etc. Actually, in a way, it goes back to what one of the very first things that Anne was saying, about how the left, seemed to, it seemed to her, in a previous era, to be more fun, and I think that if you're acting in these ways, right, what's sometimes called cancel culture, and people will really push back against that because they'll say, oh, but nobody's really canceled because even in all these famous cases, people, they still have a career at the end of it or whatever. To me, that really misses the point in a couple of ways, right? First of all, you can have toxic, horrible behavior that doesn't lead to material consequences necessarily. In every other context would understand that, right? Like if somebody is saying horrible, racist, things to you online, no leftist would or should say, oh, but you didn't lose any money, so you have nothing to complain about, right? And secondly, and closer to the sort of heart of my concern, this just seems like a really bad way to win people over because, what's, like the fact that it's not that effective, right? That most attempts at, canceling people don't really work doesn't, to my mind, make it okay. In a way, that makes it even worse because, we're acting in these ridiculous, toxic ways, making ourselves really unappealing to everybody else. And if we don't even succeed in doing damage to the intended targets, then what on earth could you say in favor of this, right? Like it just seems bad in every way. And I think a lot of what's maybe going on with some of this stuff, right, is think, okay, why would people act like this, knowing that most ordinary people who don't think about politics and tweet about politics all day, get one look at this and they want nothing to do with it, quite rightly, right? Why would they? Like that if you say, okay, well, that seems obvious enough, that why would people act this way, right? What would drive this kind of phenomenon? And some of it is not even specific to the left. Some of it's just about kind of some bad structural things about social media. Certainly, you can see some similar behavior on the right. We can get into some examples of that if you want. But I think the part of it that's maybe specific to the left, that is that if you think about like the kind of conversation that we've been having tonight about capitalism, whether there's any way that like workers could control their own workplaces without that leading to disaster, whatever, any kind of conversation like that would have, for most of the last several decades, been beyond marginal, right? That would be like a 0.01%, of the public would take that seriously at all, right? And don't get me wrong, I don't expect majority to necessarily come around to any of the things I think about those things tomorrow, but things are starting to change, right? So just to give a particularly vivid example, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I like, I'm sure some people here have different views, is on Martin Luther King Day this year. She was doing a discussion with Ta-Nehisi Coates. They were talking about Amazon and Jeff Bezos and like the idea of him giving a lot of money to charity. And she kind of said, yeah, look, I don't want his money. If he wants to be a good person, I don't want him to donate to charity. I want him to turn, to give up his economic power, to turn Amazon into a worker cooperative. And not very many years ago.
She said that?
She said that, yep.
That's based as fuck. I love her now.
And so that's a very new development. So I think some of what we're seeing when we see, again, what's sometimes called cancel culture, and you could argue about whether that's the most precise term ever, although we should remember that it was the cancelers themselves who started calling what they were doing canceling. That's not something that their enemies made up. Maybe it would be more accurate to call it public shaming culture or denunciation culture.
I like Mark Fisher's term for it, the vampire castle.
Yeah, which is that essay actually, the Vampire Castle is discussed very extensively in the new book. So whatever you want to call it, though, it seems like a really like poisonous way of interacting with each other. If you're sort of constantly looking for reasons to denounce people as being horrible people, and you have a really low bar for that.
Or in my opinion, is for Brian King, which we'll talk about later, creating reasons to go after people. But
yes,
that's an inside thing.
This is out of control. These witch hunts have got to stop. They have very real consequences. And I believe that it's all part of this move towards socialism. I think that that's integrated into the system of socialism, the lynch mobbing, the shaming, these people gathering together and saying, don't cross that line. Don't go over there to them. They are the shunned, they are to be shunned. It's despicable. Doxing people's home addresses, phone numbers, medical records at some points with some YouTubers, real names, in which case they may be using an alias. It's really subversive what's going on. And, there should be very real consequences for these people when they mobilize to do this.
Yeah, so I certainly agree with you about doxing, and certainly as far as anybody on the left doing that, I think there's some real irony to people not seeing the problem with kind of taking advantage of this power imbalance between employers and ordinary workers by ratting people out to their bosses as a way of getting at them politically. But as far as the idea that it's inextricably tied to socialism. Now, the germ of truth to that, I think the thing that is maybe a little bit more specific to the left, is what I started to talk about with other Ben, which is that I think that during the period when the left was much, the left, by which I mean people to the left of just being liberals, right? People who are socialists or whatever, right? Were so marginal, right, in American society that nobody like Bernie Sanders could have ever run for president, for example.
Right.
During that,
just a brief digression. One thing that from what I understand, the whole right-left dichotomy came from people in French Parliament, that the aristocrats and the people who wanted to maintain monarchy and such sat on the right, while socialists and classical liberals sat on the left side.
yeah,
So it kind of shows like as classical liberalism is kind of what we have now, and there's plenty of reason to question it, but it's important to remember that this is the present system came from a system that the prior generations couldn't conceive of, so to say that we can't conceive of anything better, I think is like a bit naive.
Yeah, so I agree with that, and I think that as far as this goes, right, I think that the part of it that maybe is a little bit more specific to the left comes from the fact that during that long period of exile from sort of being a serious part of real world politics, I think a lot of people got very used to seeing politics as this kind of purely sort of individual moral commitment, right? Like, look at me, I'm at least taking even if I can't do anything about it, I'm at least taking a stand against all the horrible things that are going on, all the millions of peasants being murdered today, U.S. military in Vietnam, etc. And then I think even now that there are more openings for real world advances for the left, I think a lot of people have kind of held on to that mindset. And one of the real dangers of that is that if you just think of it as in those terms, that you're just kind of taking a moral stand, you're not really seriously trying to change things, then that can lead to a politics where you sort of obsess about whether other individuals are taking enough of a stand, and that leads to some of the problems that we're seeing. Now, one reason I don't agree with Jeremy that it's inextricably linked to socialism would be looking at examples where you get a lot of this exact same behavior or much worse from the other direction. So if you read Ron Johnson's book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed, one of the examples he talks about there is Lindsay Stone, who was a young woman who I believe worked with kids with learning disabilities, seems to be an extremely good person. She and her best friend would go around, they'd take kind of like jokey, provocative photographs. I don't mean provocative, like sexually provocative, but like, where like they'd like pose for photographs, that were like rude or funny in some way, and put them on their Facebook pages, right? These aren't prominent people. These are just random people. And so one of them was one of these photographs. Lindsay Stone was standing, they were at Arlington National Cemetery. They're standing in front of the sign that says silence and respect. And she's not actually saying anything, of course. I'm sure she wouldn't do that. But she's like going like this, right? She's like pretending like she's yelling for the photograph, just because she thinks it's funny. And again, this is a totally random person. And there ended up being millions of people who were hounding her on Twitter. It completely destroyed her career, really destroyed her life for years. Or you can look at things like Stephen Saleta, who might be mispronouncing his last name, but he was a professor at the University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, a few years ago, or he'd just been hired, but he'd accepted the job. This was going to be his job, and there were, right-wing pro-Israel people. Stephen Saleta is a Palestinian who found, tweets, where he'd expressed outrage about, Israeli bombing of Gaza, and he'd said some rough things about that, and this became a big national thing, and he ended up losing his job. I think there are lots and lots and lots of right to left examples of some of the same kind of thing, or again, sometimes worse because they have more power. Now, even though I don't think that this is all of these things are exclusive to the left. In the book, I'm particularly interested in the left doing this, both because I do think that there is that element of it that's more of some of this behavior that's more distinct to the left, even if you do get similar kind of online pile-ons and getting people fired, and you could come up with lots of examples of Fox News hosts trying to get some radical professor fired for being a radical leftist. Even though there are lots of cases like this, my interest is in the left-wing stuff, both because that's my political project, right? That's what I identify with, and so that makes it more alarming to me, right? When I see people who I agree with doing some of these things, and also because I think that ultimately it doesn't serve us well. I think that the effect of acting in these ways that I'm criticizing isn't to win over lots of people and elect politicians that we like and organize unions and do all the things that would actually advance our real world political goals. I would argue that it's actually the opposite, that the effect of acting like this is to alienate potentially persuadable people and make us more marginal, because again, if you're just if you're a regular person, if you're like obviously he's not a regular person because he's extremely famous, but an example I think of a lot is Joe Rogan, who if you listen to his podcast, he's all over the place politically, the way a lot of people who don't think about politics all the time are. But he supported Bernie Sanders in the last election. He argues for he's when he had Congressman Dan Crenshaw on. He challenged him about single payer health care. There are lots of examples like this, and when that Rogan endorsement of Sanders happened,
people lost their shit.
People lost their shit. And you would think that in a more sane world, the reaction of anybody who's a leftist to that would be, oh, good, right? Like that's fantastic, right? Possibly the most popular podcaster in the world is supporting our guy, even though he often has right-wingers on. He has a mixture of views. You could see him go either way, but he went our way. Yay, right? That's a win. Instead, a lot of people reacted very badly to that in ways where they seemed to be treated it as a problem, that Bernie Sanders was like accepting this endorsement from this horrible person, Joe Rogan. And it's actually hilarious because if you watch the clip where Rogan said he was going to vote for Sanders, at the beginning of the clip, what he says, the actual words he uses are, look, I'm sure with anybody you could find them at their worst moments and tell a story about how horrible they were, but with Bernie, I don't think there are a lot of his moments, etc. And then what happens like the next day, people find clips of Rogan's worst moments over the decades. He's been doing the show for, I don't even know, 10, 15, 20 years, and he'll do like 12 hours a week of it. So there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of show by his own admission, often high, and he's just kind of chatting. Of course, you can string together some cases where, he's said bad or dumb things. Some of it was edited a little dishonestly. Some of them he really did say bad or dumb things. But the thing that I really want to question about that case is, and I know some of this was just kind of bad faith pot stirring by supporters of other candidates, but the thing is, it wasn't all that, right? I did see people who were like real committed leftists, who even supported Sanders, who were like upset that he had accepted the endorsement from this horrible person. And that seems to kind of sum up everything I'm objecting to, because if the point of an election is to get more people to vote for you than the other guy, then by definition, the goal should be to get on board people you wouldn't necessarily think would be on board. And if you're seeing politics in such a apocalyptically moralistic way that you'd actually get upset that some people got on board and were welcomed on board, who you wouldn't necessarily always think would be on your side, then something has gone really wrong.
It's probably, at that point, it really is their religion because they're not looking at it from like a political angle. Like, how can I get, helped? How can we get into office? They're at that point, it is just a religion to them.
Yeah, I agree.
Weird.
Yeah, there's this sort of weird thing where this is both a left and right phenomenon, but it's I think I would think it applies in American culture in general, but it has become a bit more pronounced on the left recently. It's this idea that cultural signifiers mean more than like policy or like anything else. Like the Joe Rogan thing is an example. Like, oh, if Joe Rogan is endorsing Bernie Sanders, that says more than anything about what Bernie Sanders actually advocates. And another example of this is, we had all these protests and riots across the nation about police accountability, and what we get out of that is we changed the so-up bottle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of that. There's a certain tendency, of a lot of people right now, and like especially right now. Like I feel like I've been seeing a lot of it just in the last few weeks. We probably don't have time to get into this, but it'd be like really interesting to think about why there's so much of it now, where people just become obsessed with these tiny symbolic victories, almost to the point where they seem to care more about them than whatever the larger issue that they're supposed to symbolize is. That so. Like I have a friend who sent me screenshots of like the local Facebook group in where he lives in Brooklyn, where people were getting mad at the owner of like this little local beer place for not making some sort of statement of support about the protests and Black Lives Matter and whatever. And of course, in that particular case, it was especially hilarious and bizarre because they hadn't made a statement about anything since like March, because that's because of the pandemic and all that stuff, right? They're not, I think they're still maybe like selling like to-go bottles of beer through the window or whatever, but like it's mostly shut down.
But they're so entitled. They think that they owe that to them. You don't have to comment on anything. I mean, they're so entitled.
And why does it matter, right? Like, okay, let's say that this like local neighborhood beer place did make some sort of like PR gesture of making this comment. How's that going to help anybody in the real world? It doesn't seem like it really does, but I think oftentimes maybe when people are, at some level, I think maybe they're just pessimistic. They kind of know that they're not really going to do much about like the way policing works, because that's like a deeply entrenched state institution, and that's really hard to change. But you can totally bully this guy who owns this like little neighborhood beer place. That's like very achievable. So you can kind of see how people end up going down that road. But it's both. Like I said, I think it's both very toxic and it's also really it's counterproductive, because you're spending all of this energy and you're making yourself look really bad. And at the end, all you get out of it is this like little PR gesture of like somebody making the statement you want to make.
Yeah, it's like ironically they're like poisoned by consumerism, because like social media has turned everyone into like making themselves their own brand. And if the brand of product that they don't buy like doesn't match up with like whatever their particular brand is, they just kind of lose it. But they're not seeing people as individuals at that point. So they're not looking at that guy who owns the bar as like an actual person who's had struggles in his life, etc. They're just looking at him as like an in the moment brand, something to purchase.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that probably also manifests itself with a lot of the online toxicity, because social media kind of encourages that. Like everybody is their own, like, like you're interacting with somebody and it's really blurry whether you're really, are you interacting with the person or are you interacting with like a certain sort of brand they've created for themselves online? And it doesn't, I mean, I don't know. Like sometimes I just, I think that despite everything I said earlier about free speech and online platforms, like in my more pessimistic moments, I think we'd almost be better off if the platforms just didn't exist, because it's such a horrible way to interact with each other.
Especially Facebook and Twitter. And
Yeah.
And did you have
100%.
Yeah. We should probably be segueing into the next.
I was
Go ahead, Ann.
I was just strongly assenting. Yeah. The other week, it occurred to me that I spent my entire childhood thinking that the technology that was going to end us was nuclear bombs, but it's probably actually going to be social media. But just on the tail end of this discussion, you guys brought up a really interesting point: the fact that consumerism can be capitalist and it can be communist. So,
I mean, I would argue that the left has done a really bad job of responding to how a lot of corporations are, I guess, appropriating leftist causes. Like how, like every July now, every major corporation is, changing their logo to like rainbow logo. Is just like, hey, look, we love the gays, buy our products.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
right. Well, but the thing is, this is another concept that can get.
And you cut off there.
Oops, sorry.
Can you hear us?
Oh, I was just kind of surprised by Ben's sudden.
Oh,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I thought if we've got
I guess you can't hear me.
keep talking. I just when do you guys want to transition to your next thing?
Yeah. We probably need to wrap this soon so we can go on to some other issues that we've got to address.
Okay.
But it has been interesting. I don't feel fundamentally changed in any way, but I wasn't a fully active participant. I think it was Ben and Ann doing most of the talking, and I just liked to sit back and listen, honestly. But I believe what I believe. My feet are dug in, and I don't know any other way. I think a lot of this, where we get into formalism of debate, as I said earlier, in so many words, it's like trying to count grains of sand. This, you end up creating a labyrinth for yourself that you can't think your way out of. With all this kind of dressing up, ideas and systems and thoughts with all this stuff that's really extraneous to me. But that's my final thought on that. And the other three of you can, send Mr. Burgis off with whatever you would like to say. And I appreciate you for your time, at least.
Yeah, Ben, we definitely appreciate you coming on and speaking with us, and maybe hopefully we'll be able to have you on in the future again to speak about these things a bit more, because it was a lot of fun talking to you. Is there anything you want to plug before you go?
Yeah, I guess I'll just do all the plugs in the most efficient possible way, which is to say that if you go to benburgis.com, so that's benburgis.com, you can see everything I might want to plug there. And yeah, thank you for having me on. I enjoyed the discussion, and let's absolutely do it another time.
Sounds good. I'm open to that. Yeah.
All
right. Talk to you later, man. Thanks a lot for coming.
Bye.
Talking to you.
Wow, and I liked how you handled that, Ann. You really.
Thank you.
You really got in there and, had him on the ropes maybe once or twice.
So who's our next guest? I completely missed that.
Well.
Yeah, I didn't really mean to be as aggressive as I possibly was, but I've had a shitty week.
You're always walking.
I'm not sure if it's the capital that's oppressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep promising I'm going to have a stable place to record from, but then shit just keeps happening. Hopefully by next week I will have my own apartment in Vegas and all of this shit will be behind me.
Imagine living in LA and still thinking the present system is the best one.
You must have great cardio. Yeah.
What?
You must have great cardio from all the walking you do.
Oh yeah. I mean, having whatever is wrong with my brain is really good for getting exercise, at least.
You do have a place to
And
go.
I mean, and she literally wrote the book on it. And that's your signal to plug your book.
Yeah. I want to.
Disaster.
I do want to get to her book in a second. Actually, it's the book Electra's Revenge that I just finished reading finally. I did want to ask though, Ann, you do have a place to go, right?
For tonight, yeah, I've got a place for a couple more nights. I'm trying to, for those who haven't been exposed to the entire saga, after a violent crime in Chicago, I came to LA, almost died of typhus, a bunch of other shit happened. And when the city stopped you from evicting people due to COVID, my subletter was able to steal my apartment from me because, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And so now I am kind of free to sign a lease wherever I want. And it's starting to turn out that maybe LA is not the greatest place because I don't know if you noticed, but there are just people all over just not wearing masks, breathing on each other. Some lady coughed on me in the supermarket the other night because I was giving her kid the side eye for breathing on my food. It's just get me the fuck out of here.
I mean, you're a fan of Stephen Merritt. Don't you remember that one song? You can find your love and a place to stay, even in New York, but not in LA.
Yeah, I should have paid more attention to that song, huh?
But Stephen Merritt lives there now, so take it that way you will.
And
well, my joke is I'm even more than the people who came here to be moving here because I thought I had a cheap deal on rent.
Yeah, you said you wanted to go to Vegas, didn't you?
Yeah, just because I'm ultimately moving to France, but I can't because Americans aren't allowed in France right now because we're too diseased. So I just gotta wait it out. And Las Vegas seems like a less population dense to wait it out, that I don't have to pile my poor cats into another airplane to get to.
Just go stay with
making
Jeremy.
decisions based on like.
You want us to get you a hotel room for a few nights?
I mean, if you start like a GoFundMe or anything like that, we'll plug it and we'll make sure you get enough rent to find a place in Las Vegas. Which I actually looked it up. They actually have relatively cheap rent there.
Yeah, the rent is like half of what it is in LA.
Yeah, it was a lot cheaper
but
than I expected.
That's very kind.
Yeah.
But that's very kind. I will.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I think there's a lag. Just keep talking. I'll shut up for once.
I was just gonna say, if you start like a GoFundMe or Indiegogo or anything like that, or Patreon, we'll plug it on here just to try to help you get some extra money so you can get out to Vegas and hopefully find a better place there.
Away from
Vegas, I will do that. Old sad people gambling and prostitutes.
Yeah, I'm going to avoid that part of town and just walk in the desert a lot.
I'm talking about the normal part of town.
Okay.
Well, I endorse both of those things, but apparently, like the county that Las Vegas, Nevada, is in, prostitution is not legal there, but it's legal in like Boondocks counties in Nevada.
So you got to make the pickup downtown and then drive out.
Yeah.
So I did finish your book, Ann. I'm still waiting for the full series to appear on Amazon, like you said, or where.
You know what?
Yes.
You know what? Actually, that's been what I've been struggling with all day. Aside from not sleeping much because of the Airbnb I'm staying in and planning to move to Las Vegas, I'm having a devil of a time trying to get the extra spaces that. Well, it's a long technical conversation. But anyway, hopefully by the end of today, I can just email you guys all a copy while I wait for Amazon to okay it. I realize I've been dragging my feet on getting this out, and it's basically due to nothing other than the fact that my life's been kind of a shit show since that whole rape thing. And difficult things just seem to keep happening, and difficult people seem to keep happening. I mean, the Airbnb I'm staying in is a zoo. That's why I keep going for these walks. A, I'm nervous because of it being a zoo, and B, you think the wind noise is bad, you should hear what's going on at the place where I'm staying. Holy shit. Drunken Christian prayer meetings is what's going on. Like, really drunk.
Zach, are you going to this?
I'm tempted.
So,
But yeah, if you send me a copy of the full Electra's Revenge, I'll definitely do a review on it on Cultured Vultures.
Yeah, I definitely want to read it. I won't review it because I don't like reviews, but I'll read it.
something happens in the last 100 pages that it becomes more compelling, and you seem to finally get comfortable. But it takes several, sequences for it to get to build momentum. Yeah, I think you've got a keen eye for world building. What are the GOs again? You should probably have a glossary in the front of any reprint explaining some of the things a little better, like guinea horses and GOs. Are GOs robots or officers that are heavily armored?
They're government officers. That's what GO stands for. I should probably reiterate that more often. Actually, the beginning is probably has changed a lot for the new edition, because I've heard the same complaint from other beta readers. Hopefully, my changes have improved it instead of slowing it down even more. I'm almost as wordy as a communist sometimes. One of my many flaws is being a bit on the garrulous side, but as I'm garrulating, what the hell was I talking about? God, I'm tired.
Good word.
Anyway, hopefully that problem has been addressed, but right now I'm just struggling with formatting shit and thinking about garroting whoever came up with all the differences between Google Docs and MS Word on PC and MS Word on Mac. Just a nightmare. Anyway, moving on from my shit show of an existence.
What is it about the water cat sweat that activates that drug that they take? It's life, right? With a Y. That's the drug, and then they mix it with the water cat sweat. What is it that does that sends it over the top?
It's kind of a catalyst. I conceived it as kind of a speedball, like throwing a little bit of.
Is it
water
like a stack of like aspirin and amphetamine? Like they call it a stack. It's something where it's a cocktail, basically, right?
Yeah, it's a cocktail. And also, I just thought it would be funny to make a joke about water cats sweating because they're in the water. So how would you get their sweat? So it's got to be like the most expensive drug additive ever.
I'm wondering how correct the conspiracy theorist later in the book, how accurate his theories were about certain things going on between government and their citizens. How accurate is he? Does he show up again? Does his theory get addressed again?
I have fun with that. He's close. He's seeing things that he should be seeing, but he's interpreting them in an understandably incorrect way.
Yeah, from what I recall from reading the first installment, I don't want to spoil it, but there's one aspect where I can easily see where it's going, but I'm definitely curious of how it's going to go there. I don't think it's a spoiler to say it's that weird thing on the walls that Elektra is constantly seeing when she goes to Immortals' houses and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm glad that's clear, but not too clear. All right, I did one thing right. Good.
And there was something else there's something that wasn't clear to me actually, and it's the I don't know, it's like a junkie meetup / like arcade or something, and I didn't quite understand that and why these people would gather around games or something to do sordid drugs and sex orgies and or the way you described it, at least it seemed that way. And you talked about the bowels of this place and how the most pathetic people, that existed would congregate there. What was the name of that place again? And extrapolate on that a little more.
That's the Kick Pinball Arcade, and maybe this is a Wisconsin thing, but people who are feeling bad and in a bad way, where I'm from, tend to just get fucked up and play games.
Mhm.
So maybe that's a cultural difference between where I'm from and where the rest of you are from that makes it a little bit less clear. That's interesting, because
That's
that
what we
didn't
do
seem to
when we feel
require.
good.
Do
What's
what?
That's what we do when we feel good.
Okay.
So is this setting like a domed moon? Basically, is it domed? I never quite understood that. How similar to our planet does this place where she is exist? Because there's a part later in the book where she says that all of it feels unnatural. She should have been, she should have lived on Earth, in the real thing. Is it the domed moon setting? Or is there? I can't remember if there's actually forest anywhere. Would it be artificial or?
Yeah, that's interesting that wasn't clear enough. There is enough of an atmosphere that it doesn't need to be domed. It's it's orbiting a huge planet, which is why the mortals who were left on the slave planet are evolved to be so much stronger than their masters because of the gravity differential. The moon that they're living on is smaller than our Earth, but it has around the same gravity because it's much denser than our Earth. So, I mean, if you want a rough way to conceptualize it, has anybody read The Little Prince?
I've read The Little Prince, but it's been like years. I read that like back in elementary school.
Okay.
But if I had to like make an analogy, it's more like the big planet is like everyone else, and the moon planet is like a big gated community.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one way you could see it sociologically.
You have fat motherfuckers in salmon shirts coming out with AK-47s if you even pass by their property.
And something else I noticed is that this character, the heroine or whatever, she is probably the most disrespected character I have ever read, and she's like so resigned to it that she just makes it. She turns it into humor for herself or something.
Yeah.
Is that you?
You just made me really sad about my life.
I mean, that's one thing I really liked about it is like you have like a chapter where you just go into detail about her like completely mundane waitress job, and it like absolutely works within the book.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad it works.
What's the purple sign that he reserves for the most punished employees? What he threatens them with the purple sign at times, and he also will put like buttons on them that say "time thief" and "asshole," which is really, really odd and crosses boundaries if it were in real life. What is the purple sign that he saves for the real, people that really in the doghouse at that diner?
Well, all of them are pretty much just sort of comic exaggerations of things that in our world, restaurant owners will do to nominally sort of suck up to the customers, but they always wind up costing their employees money, costing their employees tips, making their employees look like assholes. And then if you actually do anything wrong, they'll make it 10 times worse. And sometimes some of the shit that they do is actually counterproductive to their own bottom line. So I don't know why they do it, other than that whole, I guess this whole conversation, I've been sort of working my way around to agreeing with Ben the host, about anarchism without actually being an anarchist, because I think that would be a shit show too. Private business.
I'll get you eventually.
Yeah, in theory, private businesses sound just as good as socialism sounds, actually, but people will act for their own rational self-interest, and they won't discriminate, and they will not treat employees they dislike personally badly because they can make money off of their talents, and everything's great. But then in the real world, people hire their incompetent brother. They fire someone who's doing a really good job because they won't have sex with them. Like, all kinds of shit shows happen that you're like, oh yeah, people shouldn't be in charge of each other's fates, and they shouldn't be in charge of their own fate. So what do? I guess I just make jokes.
I also didn't realize that you were credited in the Tomato Garden, so you edited that?
Yeah, that was fun.
I feel like that character needs a full length. He's very entertaining with his outbursts, and the wife who is totally complacent and almost like it doesn't register with her.
It was. I do admit it felt awkward to give you that to edit after, because it was like right after your assault happened.
Oh, I don't know how you laugh about it. That's what's amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm enough of an Asperger that I can compartmentalize pretty good. It actually takes me a long time to emotionally process anything, and things that I guess would trigger other people really don't have any effect on the process at all. It's like ocean waves crashing against a shore that eventually just break the dam. Wow, that was a terrible mixed metaphor, Anne. Next.
So,
you're speaking off the cuff, but your editing was really useful for that story, so I do thank you.
Oh, well, thank
be
you.
honest, Ben, wasn't it just an excuse to talk to her?
No, it was just like, I've got a short story. Anne is a little more expensive as far as editors go because she has a lot of experience, and a short story wasn't the ideal kind of thing to have her edit before I put it out.
So
sorry about that, but
where does Volume 2 or the second part of the Electra's Revenge story? Where does she go from here? She can't go back home, and I won't say why so as not to spoil it for the tender ears that are present. But where does she go from here now?
I think you may find the place where she winds up living and working very entertaining.
Hooker?
Yeah, so no spoilers. The full manuscript, the full version of Electra's Revenge is coming soon. So
yeah,
everybody buy that when it comes out.
As soon as I can get it formatted, the Kindle edition is coming out. My original cover artist fell through for the paperback version, but I got a really awesome designer to do the cover instead of him. Someone who said that he doesn't have any formal training in design, but I think he does really well with design anyway, so that should look beautiful.
She's going to be an escort, isn't she?
Kind of escort adjacent-ish.
Is she going to be like a Project Mockingbird political like blackmail artist, like those women that like get brainwashed and tortured? Or
okay, you're getting colder now.
Okay.
I would just tell you, but I think it's its own punchline, so I'll just wait for you to read it.
Okay. Hey, Phoenix, thanks for joining us. How's your health, man?
My breathing is good. I can't complain.
Great.
Yeah, how are you?
All right. So you just
Huh? What was? Oh, I was just asking how are you?
Well, we are kind of behind actually on the show, but we wanted to. I wanted to go into. We're kind of reviewing Anne's book that I finally finished, Life, Electra's Revenge, and so you just released Rogue, which is poems, random text, thoughts on paper, right? Basically, right?
Well, that was Pocket Words. I was gonna say I've actually been listening to the whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it with the philosophy professor, and then I've been listening to the description about life.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got plenty of thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's nothing groundbreaking, but I mean, I think the main thing is, the book sounds exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to derail the conversation.
Oh no, man, you're here
But
whenever
that-
you want to be. You're welcome. So
But no, I definitely agree that I'm very excited for Electra's Revenge to come out. I don't want to sound like an ass kisser, but I do think Anne is one of the best out there right now. So to see her magnum opus being released is something I'm very excited for.
Oh, thank you.
maybe you won't have to network as much. I mean, you can't go any lower than here, baby. I mean, but yeah, good stuff. And so, Zach, I think it's finally time that we get into this really exhausting, endless cycle of shame fisting and witch hunting and lynch mobbing. Do we finally get into it? You have done a lot of legwork and research on this. You've spoken to some of the key people. Do you want to have say 30 minutes to lay out the whole thing that you have worked so diligently on?
Well, I wouldn't really say I worked diligently on it. I just kind of haphazardly went into it and tried finding stuff out. And it's nothing that I really care about. And like, I've never read any of the books by the people involved other than, a couple of Brian Keene things, which the way of his stuff, I always feel like he did that one great book, The Conqueror Worms.
Yes.
Or / The Earthworm Gods, as it was like re-released. And everything else by him I've read, I have really, really disliked. I didn't want to read some,
You really didn't like the Brian Keene works that you've read?
No, just The Conqueror Worms. And I really, really, really liked it. Like, I mean, it's honestly one of my favorite horror novels. But then, like, Urban Gothic, I hated. Castaways was it was fun, but then I just, he lost all my respect at the end for the freaking afterword. That's horrible.
Really cringy. Yeah, he said.
I mean,
that most authors should not be allowed to write rape. He said authors should not be able to write rape scenes, but he did because he knew how to do it right or some shit.
The thing is, it's just such a stupid freaking book about these sexually charged monkeys going around killing and raping people.
Have you read?
I mean, he wrote a big. From what I understand from Castaways, he basically wrote a Richard Lehman type novel, and being apologetic about it afterwards is just like, don't do that. No.
Yeah, and he was doing that during the mass market era. I can't remember when it was published, but like, he's been this lame this whole time, and it's like people. Maybe he was worse before.
Well, did he? Was the Castaways version that you read the Deadite version?
No, I read the mass market version.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So he's been lame since Leisure Press was still a thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
So basically, Matt Hayward. And by the way, this is a masterpiece, okay? That and I will not change or budge 1 inch on that determination, because I actually read the thing, and the fact that he wrote this, far surpasses anything that I feel he's accused of, which are basically words. Was there actually any inappropriate groping or any physical thing, or was it really just confined to vulgar or suggestive words that these women decided they were uncomfortable with later? Zach, lay it out for me, because I have blacked out most of this.
Okay, 2 answers. No, it was just verbal. Second answer, who knows? Because it seems like there's a whole other freaking side of this craziness that we're not, really being told. And I really think that it involves more people than just Hayward and the girls. I believe that basically this drama is being orchestrated somehow. Now, it could all be him. I come to that conclusion because, the main thing is like, the crux of the drama, all the verbal harassment and whatever, that happened like a freaking year ago. And so it gets brought up again out of the blue because these doctored screenshots start going around, which are basically like, they're trying to say that it's him, like she was flirting back with him and it was like a consensual type thing. And those were fake. And as far as I know, and I've talked to people like, I guess more in the know than me, it was never proven that he actually made those screenshots. So no one knows who made them, as far as I'm aware. And I'm like, who has the motive to do that? And he's like admitted a lot of stuff, but he hasn't admitted to that. So I mean, I guess he didn't do it. He could have, but it's like he's admitting like other stuff. It seems like he would be like, yeah, I did that too, but he hasn't, to my knowledge. And the way Brian Keene has responded to certain people, he's being very defensive, and right off the bat, he takes an out of context.
What he did with Duncan Ralston. He basically took it out of context to say he was trying to say, "Oh no, Brian Keene fabricated this," but he didn't. He was just saying the Duncan Ralston's original thing was he was saying, "I kind of feel like this whole backlash has hurt Duncan or Matt Hayward's wife more than it has Matt Hayward." And there was like a whole thread of shit. And at one point, Duncan Ralston said, if a certain Brian is responsible for this, I wouldn't be surprised. Like just a half sarcastic kind of jab at Brian Keene.
Keep in mind, he's saying responsible for doing this without pulling his book and shaming them without thinking about possible other victims, i.e. Matt Hayward's wife. And it's very obvious. Within the context, you would never think that he's saying what Brian Keene said he's saying. But it's not just that. After Brian Keene did that, his freaking the charity that he's involved with that Scares the Care, did the exact same thing, and they have a little altercation, which I document on my blog, and it comes up with the freaking there's this really weird thing that the Scares the Care says about the same thing, insinuating that Duncan Ralston, don't pretend you're not saying he didn't do the whole thing. And it's obvious Duncan wasn't doing that, but that makes me think that they're getting defensive right off the bat because they know there's more to the story. And this is all coming in a time when Brian Keene is freaking white knighting to the oomph degree. He's done it a lot, but it's
this is a guy who tweets out his outrage to Harley Davidson, the company, and some governor in Philadelphia. He expected them to kowtow to him and give him an explanation. That's Brian Keene is entitled.
That was cringe as fuck. It's just you expect the governor of where does Brian Keene live again?
It was the governor of Philadelphia that he.
Yeah, the governor of you expect the governor of Philadelphia to kowtow to a C-list horror writer, and that's not to downplay anything Brian Keene's written, but he is not famous. He does not have any fucking clout, especially with any fucking governors.
Yeah, the only thing he really did was he was kind of all his books were getting published by Leisure, but then Leisure folded and he, started going over to the small presses. But it's automatically they set up this freaking, I call it the blog, the prestige pyramid, where these writers who have clout start using that clout to get power. And in Brian Keene's case, it's being the most obnoxious white knight in freaking horror history, where he's constantly the champion of every, group or whatever, but he's just constantly dragging people's name through the mud, making himself look like some kind of enlightened centrist.
And you know what? He this is a guy who has burned so many people who are so far below him that he actually had to decline exposing some shit about Silver Shamrock Press or something, some little micro publisher or something, that he was going to decline from exposing something about them that everyone was witch hunting them on, but due to quote optics. Those were his words. In other words,
you said Silver Shamrock.
Hang on. I got to say this. He is, in other words, he has exposed and hurt so many people that he had to avoid talking about this one. Otherwise, it would look like he's out to destroy everybody. That's what it meant by that.
If that was freaking Silver Shamrock, that angers me. It doesn't anger me, but it's just disgusting They're one of the publishers I saw on, they put up Facebook posts going on about the drama, and they started going on about this, absolutely no harassment policy, which to an extent, I can get on board with. It's like, you got to keep in mind, this is freaking Brian Keene, who's made it his thing to, drag all these people's names through the mud. And basically what Silver Shamrock is saying is that, absolutely everyone who Brian Keene outs, which is in time going to be freaking everyone, is, they're not going to deal with them. And they're just taking such an unnuanced approach to all this. They say that it's absolutely a cut and dry thing. If someone is accused of something, they're guilty. We will shame them. We will get on board with the shamer. And it's just annoying. But to find out that you're saying they had some kind of freaking problem with shaming, but then he didn't what's that situation? That's confusing.
What I'm saying is, there was some blow up about some publisher. I can't forget. He's hurt so many of them who were fans of him, by the way. That he said due to optics he wouldn't be commenting on that particular situation. And I don't know if it was Silver Shamrock or Silver Dollar or maybe not even anything silver. All I know is that he said due to optics he would not be commenting on one, and I took that to mean that he needs to step back and stop, slow down, or else there's not going to be anybody left for him to fuck over.
Yeah, but let me elaborate more on why what Silver Shamrock said really gets on my nerves so much. They are just adding to this as I call it, the dang prestige pyramid that is exerting so much control and saying if you step out of line once or get accused of anything once, or Brian Keene takes some kind of dislike to you, which in the case of someone and I told him I wouldn't say his name, but that kind of cat already got let out of the bag. Duncan Ralston, who the original shaming of Duncan Ralston was over absolutely nothing. Is a guy like him ever going to get published by Silver Shamrock? Not that he would want to, but for the very fact that Keene said, I don't like him, they're going to basically cut him out of their corner of the horror community. And why are we giving that much power to freaking people like Brian Keene, who's proven time and time again he's just self-interested? I point out in the blog post, he will sever friendships to keep this level of prestige, at the drop of a hat, and completely without emotion, like a sociopath. And Kelly Owen is a really good example, current example of that, because I'm sure there are a ton.
The thing with Brian Keene is just I like his work, but he really needs to calm the fuck down. What he did with taking Ralston's post out of context and trying to put him on blast, that was really fucking scummy. And it was obviously scummy because I follow Duncan Ralston on Twitter, so I know what the fuck he was saying. So Brian Keene
wasn't saying that. And why did and the way that the freaking Scares That Care guy said that Duncan was saying that, when he, as you said, he obviously wasn't, makes me think that they're freaking in on it too. It's what do they gain from creating all this type of stuff? I'm not saying for sure they did it, but at this point I'm maybe 80% convinced that this recent drama is not it's not organic. Brian Keene and or someone else had a hand in creating it, and I hate to say it, but book reviewers are probably involved.
Well, the person who had the initial complaint against Hayward was a book reviewer, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. And I'm not saying it was her. I'm saying that there's probably a freaking little cabal of these people who they find someone that they want to out for whatever reason, and they can just kind of stir this stuff back up. Because keep in mind, the thing with Hayward was essentially over. That had been resolved. A person sent me a ton of screenshots showing where this book reviewer in question had, pretty much kept on a friendship with Hayward and reviewed his books and all kinds of stuff like that. Which I'm not saying that negates any type of harassment, but it really makes me think that if this comes out of the blue, and then Kelly Owen is like, "What's going on? Did he do something else?" Then all of a sudden everyone loses their freaking mind. And then Brian Keene starts getting defensive about the fact that, or the anti-fact that people are saying it was orchestrated. Makes me think it's freaking orchestrated because
He kicked Kelly off the podcast, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like they're going about covering it up like in such a sloppy way. Like if there is something to cover up, they're doing a really freaking bad job at making it like not completely obvious. And I'm sure other people have thought the same thing. In fact, I know for certain because a lot of the people I've talked to who were somewhat directly involved were like, yeah, the points you bring up in the blog post are, you look at all the, and I hate freaking using the word evidence because I'm not some kind of freaking journalist, but just looking through all the stuff that I have there, it's pretty obvious there's something going on. Because, okay, let's just break it down, and it's repeating myself. I'm just making, everything like crystal clear. First point is they're getting Brian Keene, Scares That Care, and the people who got all up about Kelly are getting very defensive about people bringing up the possibility of there being something going on behind the scenes, even when they're not. Everyone's saying exactly the same thing, and I guess I don't really need to repeat more. But do y'all see how you can easily get to that conclusion that they're for some reason covering it up?
I don't really get that. The only thing I see is that is Brian Keene and the others like him think they're king shit, and none of the peasants will say otherwise.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, it's like, why are they pushing that particular narrative? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And a lot of
I think probably because Matt Hayward probably did some really douchey shit. And they're still like it got a ball rolling that is probably disproportionate, and they're so caught up in the mob mentality that they aren't going to try to accept any deviation from it.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why they're getting defensive and like touting that particular narrative. Now,
Mob mentality.
Yeah, but it just okay. The way that the Scares That Care dude did it was like after Duncan Ralston had basically elaborated on what he had said, and then that guy's like, "Oh yeah, no, you still said that." When it's obvious to everyone that he didn't say it.
Probably because they don't expect anyone to actually go to Duncan's Twitter and see what he actually said.
Yeah.
You know how I came across this information?
Oh, freaking David W. Barbie.
Yeah, I was thinking about all those people that I met in Oregon, and who I could probably sit down and have a conversation with still, and others who would probably, we would get physical, on one of our parts, and I thought, man, David Barbie, he really, he keeps his head down in a respectful way, and he's a great writer. I loved, what was it? The one with the pig that's addicted to that's an alcoholic or whatever, and also a town called Bacon Fried Bastard.
Yeah.
And a town called Suckhole. He's written some great fun stuff, really fun. And I thought, man, I hope he's at least, keeping a level head and not going into this SJW mob mentality, this social cancer warrior mentality. And that's what it is. It's not social justice anymore. It's social cancer warrior. SCW. I'm coining that. Okay. Because it's reached that point. It's terminal. Okay. So I go to his blog, see what he's up to. Man, maybe he's got a new title in the works, and maybe he's calming down, and not engaging in all this bullshit. Maybe he sees how crazy they're being and at least stepping back. Then I get there and the first thing I see is this stupid ass blog about how women, how do you tolerate us?
Oh my!
Fucking weenie shit, man. Like,
yeah, man, I could tell he was like that after reading Tater Skinheads, which was a horrible freaking novella.
I can tell it is. That's not a funny pun at all.
No, it's a horrible pun.
Everybody's allowed one bad book. But yeah, I actually gave David Barbie the benefit of the doubt, and then I went to his blog hoping to see some information about some new project he was working on, thinking he was an all right guy. And here he is joining in and clapping against Matt Hayward, who's already, been beaten down and ridden like a dead horse.
Oh, and don't forget, and been forgiven. Like this whole, the whole thing, like, the person who sent me a lot of that stuff, it's like, okay, these people remain friends with him for a long time and kept up connections, like public connections. But then all of a sudden, this freaking fake screenshot comes out. No one knows who made it, and they bring it all up again. I mean, to me, that is suspicious and fishy. And A, we need to find out who made it. B, I don't get why the original emails that started this whole thing aren't out there. And if it's a touchy subject, I get that. But in this particular case, it's such a freaking confusing mess that it would be good having them out there so that everyone can be on the same page. But go on.
Well, Phoenix split. I guess he's like, fuck this. I ain't getting tangled up in this.
No, he wrote in the chat something came up. Hopefully I can come on later. Thanks for having me.
Well, I hope that it's not just a cop out, and that he really, something really did come up. I hope he's not I hope we didn't scare him off, basically, because I like
It's probably banned.
You don't think we scared him off, do you? You don't think we scared him off, do you?
I probably scared him off because I'm scary.
Yeah.
And you've been.
I mean, she probably doesn't know who Matt Hayward or any of these assholes are.
Well, but she might have a perspective from her own. Do you feel that inappropriate, lewd comments with no physical, interaction to reinforce them should be punished on this level by these arbiters of morality?
Maybe I'm showing my age.
Let me phrase it a different way. Go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead. It's all you. Answer. It's okay.
Sorry, I'm just annoyed by the reception. I may be showing my age, but I thought flirting was something that you did as a safe way of sort of asking someone if it's okay to ask them if they have any romantic interest in you, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I don't want to be Mr. Moral here, but remember, he's sending these girls these messages, but he's a married man.
Yes, there is that component that we.
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, never should do that.
But that's between him and his wife too. I'm sure that they have definitely talked about it, to death and resolved it in their own way, the way a married couple does. But, they don't have a right to ruin his reputation. He is an excellent author. He has written incredible books. I've read Practitioners anyway, and I can say I did rate it 5 stars. And that alone, it makes him redeemable in my eyes, okay? And I don't think that he's really done anything here that...
Wait, don't forget, everyone's redeemable. And that's what a lot of these people don't seem to understand. And I was reading through a lot of those comments. These people are vicious. It's like... They say that, once we have an issue with you, and that's the thing I was getting at with Silver Shamrock, and I probably just got, my freaking mouth was going faster than my brain. But it's like they're saying that based on these accusations, et cetera, we will not work with people because we don't see them as redeemable, and we see ourselves as completely above reproach to the extent that we'll never be in that situation to have messed up in this, as you've always phrased it, a society just full of eggshells, completely covering the floor, and everyone's redeemable. Why they get this freaking really? I mean, they're practicing a works-based religion. You can put it that way.
I mean, that's the thing. Is just like if he was an actual rapist or pedophile, I could see that. But given that he just apparently harassed a woman over the DMs and harassed her further when she came forward with it, does he deserve censure for that? I do believe he does, but is it a case of, oh, no one should ever work with him ever again? He's a beast, he's a creature, he's a monster. No, I don't agree with that.
Oh, but there's another thing, though. Did you read and these are the freaking only DMs that have been made public, the ones where he's apologizing for things and saying that he was drunk.
I read that. Those were pretty. Honestly, the apology was pretty insincere.
It was insincere, but that was some tame stuff.
But I do agree. It wasn't anything super serious. If she was that mad about it, she probably should have either put her foot down or blocked him.
Yeah, but out of all the things that he supposedly said, why is that the only one that's out there? Because it doesn't prove any type of case. It's a very tame, albeit a little weird, but back and forth conversation, whereas wherein he's just going on about how he was drunk, and I agree, he doesn't stop when he should. I guess he thinks he's getting a second chance because he said he was drunk or something. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's just you're a married man. Go fuck your wife. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it's I don't get why everything's not out there and documented. But, I mean, the thing is, if anyone, and this is why I wanted, a call to come on here, if anyone can prove that he made the freaking... that original Photoshop screenshot, that kind of solves the case and makes everything cut and dry. As it stands right now, there's a lot of reason to be suspicious.
I mean, I like you said, there's no proof of it, but as far as short of him coming out and admitting it, what kind of proof can you actually get of that?
But the thing is, though, he admitted to so much, but not to that, and that makes me wonder.
I don't know. Maybe that's a bridge too far for him to admit to that.
The other thing is, I don't see how that he wouldn't have any motive to do that, because it obviously didn't help him or his wife. The best thing that they could have done was to forget about it because everything was going good apparently. There's absolutely no reason for him to bring it back up and to go to that weird of a link to do this.
Wasn't that done after all of this came out, or at least it was released after all of this came out?
What, the screenshots?
No, well, the woman saying that he was harassing her.
That was way before.
But the screenshot that you're talking about came out after, right?
Yeah. The fake one, yeah. That was after, a year after.
Yeah, and given that he also made a fake account to apparently fuck with her after she had come out with this, that kind of makes me suspicious.
Yeah, that's bad. But as far as I know, the only thing he did with the fake account was once that doctored screenshot started going around, he made a fake account just to share it. Is that correct? That's the only thing I've heard.
From what I heard, he used it to actually fuck with her, but that's about all I heard. Just vaguely that he used it to harass her. I don't know what he actually used it for.
See, that's why I want people involved to come on here and explain it, because it's everything's unnecessarily freaking obscure. Like this should be a really cut and dry thing, and why it's not, I just don't get it. Because everything, all the evidence should be there from DM screenshots. I mean, it's all, and most of it would be. I mean, I don't have to elaborate on that further. Everything could be proved and like ended if it was there to like actually, you know, it makes me think that there is something missing, and therefore everything is not as it seems because we're just hearing them say this stuff, and it doesn't add up.
And he kicked Kelly Owen off the show for saying we need to get all the facts. She had the audacity to say that, and so he kicks her off the show. This is the same woman that you know. If I'm
let's pose a question to freaking Silver Shamrock Press. Are they ever going to publish Kelly Owen because she said, we need more facts in this extremely weird case? I don't know. I guess she's freaking paramount to a harasser, a rapist, a freaking genocidal dictator. I mean, these people are freaking ridiculous.
Yeah,
and I should clarify, like, I'm not like up on everything that happened. Like, if something, like, if he really was harassing that woman in the DMs, if like from what I've seen, you know, he was, you know, being an asshole. You know, I do sympathize with that woman. You don't need assholes in the DM.
My article actually goes.
It's just DMs though. It's not life. You can walk away from it. You can delete them, block them. It's not consequential in any way. They're just making it into something. I mean, on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, if you are like harassing someone in the DMs, which I've had happen to me, the person doing that definitely deserves to be censored. No, I don't believe that.
Not that. No, I mean censored. Which is censored, which is okay, I get they should be read the Riot Act.
Okay, I got you. Well, I mean, we all have our experiences with that, but I don't know. It's like they make an active point to go after people, and you have to wonder how many of these people are afraid to speak out now, and how many people are afraid to even get marginally away from this shit. I mean, it's peer pressure to the nth degree. You people should be ashamed of yourselves. These are grown adults that forgot that adults flirt, they talk dirty, and all this shit.
Yeah,
they regress to children, and it's like every convention now has to be a diva daycare. It has to be a daycare where they're protected from every little random impulse or some shit. It's disgusting. It's gross.
It's a works-based religion. That's what they follow.
Yeah.
I mean, on one hand, I do agree that's the vampire's castle, and that shit needs to stop. But on the other, we definitely shouldn't encourage a environment where someone who has clout can just, go talk whatever the hell they want to talk without anything happening to them.
Oh, like Keane? Yeah, like Keane.
Yeah, I mean, but from the opposite, where someone can just, who is a married man, can just go and, talk a bunch of dirty shit to a woman who doesn't want it and just get away with it.
Yeah, that's disgusting behavior, but the other side in this case is being just as disgusting, and it's kind of sad to see that we can't really gauge what's worse. The people who win in this situation are the people who are at the top and have the mob behind them. And I mean, I've heard it said from a lot of people that there are tons of horror writers and publishers that won't get associated with Keane or anyone kind of involved in this scene, outside of maybe sending books to some of these book reviewers and stuff. But I envision a Bizarro Con style bust coming where it's just, there's going to be a big divide. One person is going to be outed, and it's going to be half.
That already happened with Gary, remember?
No, I'm talking about the same thing, but for the horror.
Oh,
the big
that happens every week thanks to Brian Keane and people like him. That's the thing. This
Yeah,
man hides
and
behind his charity. This man hides behind his charity to actively hunt down people who are just trying to start a small press, whether it's vanity press or whatever, and they may try to pay their talent on time, and maybe it doesn't work out. But he makes it a point to actively hunt these people down and draw and quarter them and shame them and use his podcast as an engine of destruction over and over and over again, to the point that he thinks he's entitled to a response from Harley Davidson and the fucking Philadelphia governor. He's disgusting. He hides behind his charity work to justify this shit.
I mean, his mind is poisoned at this point when he's doing that, because he literally believes that he has like the freaking, like he's the law master for morality, and he gets a very cush job of telling everyone else how bad they are. And as you said, hiding behind the charity to say, yes, you see, I actually do good stuff. That does not, the fact that you do good things never gives you the authority to be a moral arbiter.
Maybe if they,
I'm gonna say I understand the impulse to want to use a large platform to do good, but I'm gonna pull a Taylor Swift here and say you need to calm down. And here's what you need to you need to put out one tweet regarding that. You need to just say something along the lines of, I condemn any harassment of women, blah blah blah, and all of that. You don't need to name names. You don't need to go into all this purity spiral shit. You don't need to go into all the community drama. Just let people know it's just I think this is bad shit, and then shut the hell up.
Zach, I told you none of them would show. They don't. They are not built for this medium. They may have their podcast.
It's because we're fucking nobodies. Nobody likes us.
That has nothing to do with it. They don't want to be yelled at. They don't.
Zach, did you besides Kelly Owen? Did you send this to anyone?
I think I asked Duncan. He declined. Who else? I've talked to a couple people. I'm kind of getting all.
I think Duncan would be a good guest to come on just to talk about his work.
What about Hayward's co-author Patrick Lacey? Did anybody reach out to him?
He ain't there. I can already.
Lacey denounced him.
Yeah.
Well, Lacey, you're a fucking traitor. You should be ashamed of yourself, pal.
But Lee, you said you reached out to Matt himself.
I still believe you stand by your friends. I'm not in this bullshit to say, hey, look at me. I blacklisted someone today. I'm not in for all that shit. No, you should.
See, that's the thing he does that really disturbs me. That he can just axe friendships like this at the drop of a freaking hat, like an emotion lacking psychopath.
Yeah, hey Zach, what do you prefer, Cheetos or Doritos?
I hate Cheetos, so I'm gonna say Doritos.
Fuck you, Cheetos are the best. Friendship over.
Okay.
Wait, I want more facts about that.
Kelly Owen and Matt Hayward, you do yourself no favors by not talking to anyone on the other side who are opposing this bullshit. You are only reinforcing it, and that makes you cowards, okay?
And I hate to say this because I think Kelly is a really awesome person, but I do 100% agree with that. Not that she can't be redeemed. I believe, she could step up.
Redeemed.
And do the brave thing by outing some of these people. I'm not really outing, but just really laying out why they do what they do, how they do what they do, and how they continually be able to do it, because this community is built up of these really sycophantic and social climbing people with a social climbing mindset, and I guess a natural disposition to that sort of thing. They get their way to the top, and then we have Brian Keene, and this is the end result. We're here, and it's obvious what it is, and it can be freaking ended very quickly. We saw it happen with Bizarro, and it's freaking beautiful. It'll have to happen again for horror, and it'll probably have to happen again for Bizarro once they build it back up.
All these people who Brian Keene has tried to ruin, they all looked up to him at some point, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, but let's not stop with Brian Keene, because there are a multitude of individuals who encourage this type of thing. 90% of them are book reviewers, and 10%. Well, no, let's say maybe 50% are book reviewers, and 50% are these freaking lame writers that no one has ever heard of. And they think that jumping on this freaking like cancel culture thing is going to help them. It just won't, because eventually, like, the main crowd of readers is going to move away to, like, if there's like, you know, a slightly fresher scene, they're going to leave these really trendy consumeristic people who, you know, put book boxes and stuff together to sell the same people we've all heard of time and time again, who write the same coming of age type stories. Like that's going to get old really quick, and no amount of pretending to be like a moral ruler is going to make people want to read the books. Like the books were already there and people liked them, and that's, you know, what they read. The moral stuff and the social shaming stuff, that doesn't attract more readers. All that does is keep power centered with, like, you know, a very small number of individuals, and they know this, and it's not going to last forever. And we just don't need to be in that position in the first place. Like, what is someone who freaking creates a book box or reviews a bunch of books, like, with really trendy buzzwords, like, what do they have to say about a community of, like, creative individuals? They don't have anything to say. And as far as I'm concerned, if we're going to have like a ruler of any type of like fiction community, at least have that person be a freaking interesting author. And I don't think Brian Keene is. He's just kind of like I would pretty much completely agree with S.T. Joshi's assessment of him, although I do think S.T. Joshi's kind of a little stuffy and
curmudgeon.
Kind of pretentious.
Curmudgeon.
Yeah, he's really extreme in that regards, but I think a lot of what he says is right. I just think he jumps the gun too much.
I have actually enjoyed quite a bit of Brian Keene books, but at the end of the day, I do think that he's kind of a poor man's Stephen King. I mean, even his last name is like a takeoff of Stephen King. I don't even think that's his real last name. But yeah, everything about Keene, it's like, let me do a low-rent version of this Stephen King premise. Earthworm Gods was the most original thing he ever had. You're right on that, Zach. And The Lost
thing
Rebel,
is, it was just a good novel, like all the way around. But then, like, other stuff, like Urban Gothic and Darkness at the Edge.
No, Urban Gothic was good, but
that novel was horrible.
No, it was basically like The Goonies meets Hills Have Eyes. It was good, but I mean, you know, it kind of.
Yeah, I kind of see what you say when he's sort of I think he's probably a Gen X version of Stephen King, but I don't think that's a bad thing to be.
Well, it's
not a bad thing to be, but do you think it deserves that level of like freaking community importance?
It's derivative. No, I can think of other people who would be better leaders if that community actually needed a leader. I would say Laird. Hang on. Let me talk, dude. Laird Barron would be a better leader for that community, I think. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know about that.
Okay. I vote Stephen Graham Jones. He's the new Brian Keene and should take his leadership position. All in favor, say aye.
Go ahead.
He fell out of favor with Keene too, didn't he?
Probably.
Why?
Probably.
Why does Brian Keene hate Native Americans?
No one knows what he hates. I think he's just a freaking flavor of the day, and that's why he can, axe friendships over these little inconsequential things, because he's just going by what the mob is saying. And
I think Stephen Graham Jones is smart enough to stay out of the shit and just write.
Mm. Hey, do you guys want to see a popular YouTuber plugging our show?
Sure.
For a nice little upbeat change of pace.
Better not be Stephen Molyneux.
No, hang on. Let me get it ready here.
He's no longer a YouTuber. He was unpersoned.
Oh yeah, he was banned.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
Like, on one hand, it's bullshit, but on the other hand, fuck you, Dr. Eggman.
And do you have any more any hot takes on what we've been talking about? Because I didn't want you to kind of fade into the background on this. You're as a female perspective, what do you think of this?
Well, as someone who has low blood sodium, I just made the mistake of expending all the energy to go through Target, and I didn't buy any salty snacks. So basically, purple eggs and robins are urinating in my face. I think
So TLDR, bitches be shopping.
Bitches be shopping, and I really need some salt, or I'm going to lose consciousness. It's like 95 degrees, and I'm hiking, and then I get a drink and a snack, and I look at the total sodium content is like 1 microgram.
That reminds me, I used to date a girl who walked
snacks
around
low
with salt,
sodium now.
like a little salt thing that she would like eat randomly.
Well, like licking salt pack like a deer.
Okay, so we ready for this?
Oh, don't think I haven't thought of that.
We ready for this?
This better be good.
Okay, you guys probably aren't familiar with this guy, but he's fairly popular. Here we go.
Phoenix, isn't it? Oh my god!
Hey, wait!
Oh my god!
Are you going to listen? I mean, you can't hear it.
Oh my god! This is amazing.
What's so funny?
How did this happen?
Oh God, this guy!
What's so funny?
How did this happen? This is amazing.
I don't get it.
Huh?
It's Ricky Berwick.
You bought this on Cameo, didn't you?
Yes, it was worth every penny. So you guys are familiar with him.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, are you ready to listen? I paid good money for this now. Okay.
My dick is in my hand.
Okay, here we go. Let me make sure it's loud enough. Okay. Here we go. Berwick.
Jeremy, Ben, and Zach. Motherfuckers, you and your goddamn podcast. Keep being as unprofessional as you guys are so the competition looks good. You got that? You got that? I love your podcast.
Not enough tongue. 0 out of 10.
Yeah, that was plenty of time. Any amount.
Ricky, thank you.
We need that as our intro now.
Ricky, yeah, you're right. Ricky, thank you, brother. It was worth every penny, really. I love that guy now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. You subhuman cripple. When we do the next Holocaust, you'll be the last retard that we euthanize.
Prediction: Brian Keene is going to take exactly what you just said.
I'm going to hand the reins. I'm going to hand the reins of the show over to Ricky Berwick. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to prop him up. He's a hero now. He's my hero. He plugged us. Thank you, Ricky.
Because you paid him.
How much did you pay him?
I'm not going to say.
Well, say to me.
He has a rate on Cameo.
He paid Ricky Berwick 30 pieces of silver.
He's got a rate on Cameo. You look it up. I mean, I'm not going to say it out loud, but it was worth it. I'm also there's one other one that I want to get, but they're currently unavailable. I think they're on tour or something, but I'm going to get them.
I propose a fun segment that we can do right now.
What? We do have a guest that's supposed to be coming on soon.
Oh, who's the guest?
Yeah, who's the guest? He said he delayed so that Ben Burgis could be on a bit longer.
So we could do all that stuff. Yeah, we're way behind. So let me send him the link again.
Who is it?
But what? Hang on.
I'll answer.
I got somebody
Who's the guest?
every ear and orifice I've got. All right.
Who's the guest?
Tell us, or I'm gonna break this whiskey bottle over your head.
I don't think you guys know him.
I don't care if we know him. You say names. Say names.
Michael, no.
No. I don't know who the fuck that is. He probably sucks.
What the fuck is up with you tonight, man?
Drinking again.
I really want to make it clear that Ricky Berwick is awesome, and I appreciate that message.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe Michael will come and maybe he won't, but let's see what he says.
Well, what's Michael No's deal?
Give him. He's written some things for Morbid Books.
Oh yeah, I remember you. You told me about that.
Yeah, let's see. He's written Slime Time, Legacy. I mainly know him through just casual social media back when I used Facebook, and he was one of the first to point out Trump's grab him by the pussy thing as like locker room talk. Which, and I don't know how you feel about that, but you were a Trump supporter.
Anne's not on here.
Yes, she is. Oh
no, she dropped.
There she.
No,
is.
I'm here. I'm here. I just had my mic muted because the wind picked up.
Yeah, that's thoughtful. But you were a Trump supporter in 2016, so you weren't bothered by the grabber by the pussy statement?
I wouldn't say I was a Trump supporter. I would say I was less horrified by Trump than by Clinton. But I guess that counts as a Trump supporter. Anyway. I have photographic proof. I have photographic proof, though, that you supported him at least in your choice of clothing.
That Trump talks for Trump thing.
Yeah. Well, I also had my vote for Cthulhu T-shirt, which somebody subsequently stole, by the way. God damn it.
You got
that Twitter account is obnoxious sometimes.
What Twitter account?
Back when I was on Twitter, there was like a main like a Cthulhu for president thing. It's annoying.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't know it had an account. I just liked the shirt. But I wasn't really bothered by that. I mean, I know it's just the kind of shit that people say. I mean, what really bothered me about that whole thing is it's just another one of those sets of concepts that people are just collapsing into one. Making crude remarks about grabbing him by the pussy, which obviously can't be true. Maybe in his mind, on some metaphorical level, it's true. But
I mean, he was on Epstein. He was friends with Epstein, so he's definitely been balls deep inside of underage girls.
I don't believe
that's true.
I don't believe it.
Well,
and Joe Biden has literally grabbed a woman by the pussy too. This is why you should vote Kanye West 2020. Not a rapist, and has a hot wife.
Yeah, I think that pretty much is case closed. Yeezy 2020. He's not a rapist. I can't believe that's actually a viable political slogan.
You know, I'm actually surprised that Kim Kardashian has actually kind of matured. She now wants to help those who are wrongfully convicted. Didn't she get that one girl who murdered her pimp or something? I think it may have been here in Tennessee. Even I can't remember her name. Centoya. Didn't Kim get her secure her freedom?
I'm not sure, but after the West Memphis 3, I'm not on board with any celebrities going.
Zach, you don't know what prison's like, though. Okay, I've talked.
You don't know what prison's like.
Yes, I do.
Get rid of prisons altogether.
Hang on, I dated an ex-con. Yes, I do know.
And I spent a night in prison, so I know.
You don't have any insight into that ex-girlfriend. I know what it's like.
Wait, you can't. Wait, hang on. You can't spend one night in prison, can you? You would have been in jail, not prison.
Yes.
Or in jail, whatever the fuck. Semantics.
A prison.
Well, no, prison's a whole different thing. That's like after.
It is. Jail is more.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. If you want to.
I mean, I've been in jail for something I didn't even do, but I've never been to prison. They're different animals. But anyway, sorry.
Hey, what about you, Mike? You ever been to jail or prison?
Nope, not yet that I have.
Right on. So yeah, these guys have never heard of you. They have no idea. These guys have no idea who you are. But welcome to the show. So what have you been up to these last few years?
Hiding.
We last talked on Facebook.
No, I've done some writing, working a lot, taking care of my grandson. I've been busy.
Yeah. Would you say that Legacy is what you're most known for that you wrote for Morbid Books?
It's a toss-up between that one And then Out with the Whimper seemed to like do a little bit better because it was more streamlined and a little different than what people expected. That one was kind of fun to write.
I'm actually reading this one right here at the moment, Slime Time.
Oh yeah, that was one of those ones where the publisher decided to do a bunch of different stories based on different B horror stuff, and of course I picked Slime just because it seemed more fun than anything else.
I got to ask, because I remember that you when we brought it up before you came on, but when Trump went on his whole grab him by the pussy, shtick, you were one of the first to call it just locker room talk. He didn't really mean it. It's not. It doesn't equate to anything. Do you still stand by that, or are you on the side of the Trump haters, or are you in between? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, if you can get away with it, sure, go ahead and grab him by the pussy, but you got to ask permission first.
Yeah. Or you got to at least get in a clear situation where it's clearly wanted and not,
right,
not misreading.
Right. If you look at Trump as a person, it's clear that the guy's a moron. But everybody knows that.
Sometimes I think, why don't you get off Twitter and stop, starting all these fires? Let them let some of the fires extinguish. But it's like he takes everybody on all the time, and so we never get any rest from the dissenters. No,
not at all. And it's just watching him. It's like a really bad car accident. You can't stop watching.
I mean, I think that's why it's so hard to make jokes about Trump. It's kind of like trying to make jokes about a clown. It's like, look at this piece of shit's big floppy shoes in their tiny little car.
Right, his little tiny hands. He's like a fucking moron. And people with their little MAGA hats on, like, this is the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, how much pot are you smoking right now?
But I am going to vote for him again. I don't feel I've ever had any choice the last two elections. I haven't had a proper.
No, you've got a choice. Kanye West.
There you go. That's
not
even
real.
Better.
That's like
yes, vote Kanye West 2020.
I mean, I don't mind the guy because he's said some things that made sense, and he's
easy 2020.
He's not a crazy leftist. I mean, he's actually come out and defended Trump, and he got all hell from his own people. But
and he's definitely right about Taylor Swift sounding like a bag of cats being swung at a wall.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's got dragon energy.
So, Mike, I got to ask another thing. Are you still friends with Jeff O'Brien?
Honestly, I'm not on Facebook a whole lot anymore. It just got to the point, especially with elections and everything else. I was like, I'd rather write than be on Facebook. So I'm just I check in occasionally, just promote some stuff, and that's it.
It's just a horrible place to be. Facebook and Twitter are wastelands.
Oh, it is. I mean, anytime you go on, like, I'll go check like some stuff, and I'm just like, why am I here? So yeah, it's just ridiculous. And I'm like, you know what? I got better things to do.
Yeah. So what is your most recent offering, man? Because we've lost a lot of time. I remember you had a really cool idea that bordered on meta. It was like very meta. Like the main character was aware that he was in a novel or something. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. That was Beware Out of the. What the hell was the name of that one? It's been so long ago. Out of the Black. That was actually one of the ones that kind of went into bizarro territory.
Huh?
And the guy just woke up one day and realized that he was a character in a book, and he was just kind of stuck. That's right
here, right?
Up. Yep, that's it. It is available, I believe. Hopefully, I think the publisher pulled it at one point because she was like, I don't know what happened, but hopefully it's still available. It's one of my favorite books. It was the first book that I wrote where I stepped away from horror for a while and just had fun writing whatever the hell came up in my head.
Do you are you familiar with? I think his name is Edward Vaughn. He wrote the ADHD Vampire.
A little bit. I think I've read it. It's been a while though.
He's good people. You know, I kind of your two styles kind of reminded me of each other. You know, but so what is this about a box set?
There's actually 2 books in one. They were short enough so that she decided to put them together. So like for 99 cents, you get 2 books on Kindle.
Nice. Yeah, you know, I don't have room for physical books anymore. I've got to go Kindle, and I'm up to like 3,330 some books. You know, and I'm plowing through them like 7 a week or some shit.
It's so much more convenient too.
It is. It really is. I feel like it would be almost a burden at this point to publish a physical book, but I think most readers and authors prefer the physical to the Kindle. A lot of authors are still, you know, defiant of Kindle, which I can understand.
With COVID now, the problem being is nobody's buying books, so you almost have to do digital now.
But that's another thing, is that Kindle is so much cheaper. You know, you can get a bunch of books for like each one being like between, you know, 99 cents, $2.99, $4.99, and it's just economically or financially, it's better than having to shell out so much for a hardback or a paperback. You know, and I hate how they release hardcover first and then paperback like 6 months later. That's so outdated. That's antiquated. You know. But
plus, if the book sucks, you're stuck with a hardback that you're never going to read again.
Yeah. So, do you still work with the Morbid Books?
No, they're actually. I haven't heard from him in a while. Once I drifted from horror, I just stopped writing the hardcore stuff like Legacy. So it's like what I write now wouldn't fit there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I haven't heard from Scott in a long time. I occasionally check on him, see how he's doing, but yeah, I haven't heard from him in a very long time. I don't even know if he's still on Facebook.
I mean, I wonder if he's still publishing. Morbid Books was mostly a for the love press, you know, and I think he ran into problems later that most of these publishers that are for the love and vanity, they run into problems where, you didn't pay this author on time. And I seem to remember there was a blow up between him and Jordan Krall over incorrect payments or you know, not enough payment rendered. I was just grateful to have the book published. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if it made money, great. If not, you know, I could say, you know, it was published. That was important. So I haven't made any money. No, I still don't. So I occasionally get royalty checks, but they're not huge by any means.
I think I got one. I got one once, and honestly, it was like $15, and I don't even think I deserved that for what I got it for. You know, I pulled that story that got me that one royalty check, and
right.
I'm not as proud of it as I was when I first got it. I feel like that whole story, it ended suddenly with no resolution, and I was like, it was some kind of a catharsis I was working out about the ending to Sopranos being so damn stupid, and yeah, it just didn't fit with the talk radio story the way I ended it. I was ashamed of it a little bit, but you know, so what else are you working on? When you say you got out of horror, like what other things did you explore? Like how many books do you have out exactly? I haven't kept up with you like I wanted to.
About 9 possibly now.
What other genres did you explore?
I went into Bizarro for a minute, and then my recent collection, which is Cracking the Sidewalk, was just me experimenting with just whatever I wanted to write and threw it into one book. So you get horror, just normal fiction, Bizarro. That was another one where I just decided, let's see what I can come up with. Just not worry about titles or anything. So when you look at the titles, that's exactly what it was, just as a placeholder, and I kept it. So
I see a lot of Tool references in your work too. When I started reading Legacy a while back, out there, wasn't the whole thing like based on the lyrics to Prison Sex?
So Scott actually came up with that. He put that in there, and I was like, that's kind of cool. I mean, he felt that it fit in there, and I'm like, okay, I'm down with that because I'm a huge Tool fan anyway.
Yeah, right.
So,
Definitely.
and then, yeah, that actually is a collection that the title of that came from 46 and
H.
2.
46 and 2. I thought it was
Yeah.
H.
Nope, 46
Hey,
and 2.
we got Frank Edler in the chat finally. I've been looking for you, Frank. He wants to know why you got away from writing horror. Did you just get bored?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I wanted to explore other areas. And so with my second book, Out of the Darkness, it was kind of like challenging myself to do something other than just brutality and gore. If I did, even to see if I could write something other than that. And I've been doing it for a while. I decided then after that, I did the anti-zombie novel, which is out with the Whimper. And that was more normal than anything. And that was actually, people have read that and like, you know, that's interesting. And I just kind of kept with it. I thought at some point I'd go back to horror, but I haven't yet.
What did you think of the new Tool album, man? Be honest.
Dude, I pre-ordered it.
Of course you did. But, I mean, don't you think that they kind of, some tracks they just kind of threw together? It doesn't feel like a masterpiece like they usually do. And they've had all these years to make it. And I honestly feel like they put it together in a few months because they were tired of us getting on their backs about it.
No, dude. See, I waited 12 years for this record.
Oh, I did too.
So I'm like, so the first time I heard it like before it came out, like at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had it mailed the next day. So I actually was able to hear it like 4 times before it got to my house.
Mm-hmm.
And each time it got better. I think it's the best Tool record they've done.
No way.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Come on.
You have Numa, which is fucking phenomenal live.
I like Invincible. You know, that's got a nice. I love that part where it's dun 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 dun, and then it kicks in with the drums, and it's like it's an explosion. I liked that. Now that
you did not sell me on that song, Jeremy.
Well, you haven't heard it. I'm not.
Dude.
Now, but the rest of the album feels like it's got holes in it. I don't know.
For me, it was definitely worth the wait. And then seeing them live in November was just perfect.
They do put on good shows. I've seen them twice. How many?
I was lucky enough to get floor seats.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to work that day, and I told my girlfriend, I'm like, all right, here's my card. Just let me know what seats you get. I don't care at this point. So she ended up getting the tickets, but got kicked out of the system.
What do you mean?
She was like totally thrown out because the day that they were on sale, Ticketmaster, whoever the fuck it was, they weren't prepared for the onslaught of people.
Mm-hmm.
So people would hit the link to get the tickets and they were automatically booted out. So 2 attempts later, she ended up with nosebleed. And then she decided, you know, fuck it, I'll do it again. And then she ended up with 4 seats. So like we spent almost $300 for 2 tickets.
It was worth it though, wasn't it?
Fuck yeah, it was worth it.
What were they doing? Did they have the UFO thing over the stage, or?
No, this was complete lights, the huge video screen.
They always have a video screen with showing weird. Yeah.
What was weird though is like I saw Perfect Circle the year before,
and
it was like a smaller venue, but you couldn't see Maynard a whole lot. But I got to see Tool, and fucking Maynard, dude, was everywhere. I mean, you could actually see him crawling across the stage, you know, actually coming to the front of the stage. It was weird.
I don't follow you. What? I don't understand. What was weird about it?
Because normally you don't get to see Maynard at all. He's in that one spot. That's it. Doesn't move. That's it. This tour, I mean, he was all over the place. At one point, he actually sat on the side of the stage, and you could actually see him. So he didn't hide, which was bizarre.
He had a mohawk at one point. I thought that was very, very uncharacteristic. It looked weird, you know. But
that this time too.
I think that artists like Maynard, I think that the mystery is what brings people back. I think that only certain creative types, you know, in any medium, only some of them can pull off that air of mystery and do it correctly and successfully. You know, he's got to have like PR people and agents talking him into this shit. Like, you got to massage the situation. You got to say this, but don't tell them this. I feel like it's always been directed by some image agency or something, you know?
I read his book, and he decided, I can't remember when it was, that instead of himself being the focus of all the bands he's a part of, he's like, why not just let everybody else be a part of it and keep the focus off me, because I'm uncomfortable up there anyway.
Yeah.
So if it works, man, it works.
You still there, brother?
Oh yeah, I lost you guys for a second.
Sorry. Well, I don't know what happened, but so what were you saying about Tool?
The fact that he decided to put himself in the background and pull everybody else forward was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Not a lot of bands will do that, but
Danny Carey is the real mastermind of that whole operation, I think.
if seeing him live proves that he is by far one of the greatest drummers ever.
Definitely, yeah. What do you make of all this? Have you been hearing through the grapevine all this bullshit with Brian Keene and how he just plows over one writer or publisher after another and ruins their reputation, and people look to him like he's a god, like a grandfather? What do you make of that bullshit? Have you ever paid attention to that?
Yeah, I try not to. I mean, because people have their own opinions, and the fact that somebody would follow them that closely is kind of scary to me. The fact that one person has this much influence over this certain amount of people.
Mm.
As a community of horror writers, or even a writer in general who's trying to get into the business, you can't really get into the business with somebody like that. They're trying to like hold you down, and especially if you're an independent writer, your whole focus is being involved in the writing process, not the other shit that's going on.
Yeah, and an independent writer with like I guess deeply held or even slightly vocal political opinions that will go against the norm will
Right.
get this happen to you. And people have asked us probably like why we make such a big deal about people like Brian Keene. Like, why do we not just ignore it? Or I guess me specifically, not really Ben or Jeremy. And I do ignore it. They don't have any effect over me, but I feel that like obligated to say something since like
Right.
I'm completely I'm untouchable. There's no amount of shaming that any of these posh book reviewers or Brian Keene acolytes, like they can't do anything to me. And it just annoys me seeing people be like, and I hate to say it, but like so weak to where they will give him all this power and pat him on the head. And all it does is hurt the freaking creativity of any scene that could happen. At this
Exactly.
point, I won't even call the small press horror scene a scene, because it's almost to the point where it's corporatized. Not that they're making money like that, but it's so it's become so fake at this point. And there's
Right.
no
Yeah,
there's no I can't say that word. It's not spontaneous.
Right.
Yeah,
If you're-
I just realized that it doesn't really matter what their politics are. I just can't engage with a scene full of scenesters. I'd rather poke up my own eyeballs with a fork.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with a lot of writers and a lot of people that are in that position where they feel that they have that much control over everyone, that they speak and they're like, okay, this is how it should be. And they're like, oh yeah, you're right. Let's follow that guy. It just, it does nothing for the business at all. It just divides it.
I would say it actively hurts the creativity.
Right.
Mhm.
As a writer, why would you want to get involved in a business like that?
And why would you want to make an unspoken pact to uphold certain ideas with your writing? I mean,
Exactly.
ideally,
Yeah, that's why I called it in my blog. I called it the prestige pyramid. And I think I described them all as like socialites. They get together in like this kind of Wild West frontier of internet publishing, but they have this kind of like hive mind mentality where they can't not climb up a social scene. And so they band together and say, this is how it's going to be, et cetera, et cetera. And then they have to continually white knife to keep that power there. And that's what Brian Keene does. It's constant. And for them to keep this kind of like, I guess it's to be like a cognizant system, they have to talk behind the scenes. And that's why, like in this instance, which I don't think Mike heard any of it because he came in later. In this instance, I do believe this drama was completely orchestrated.
Oh yeah.
Like they've gotten to the point where making up stuff to hang people with, and like doing crazy, creating like fake accounts, and it's insane.
Yeah,
had
I
a
mean,
lady-
half the fun of writing a book is not knowing what ideas you might wind up elucidating in the end. You just come up with a plot.
Yes.
And you can't worry about offending people either if you're a writer.
That's actually the best piece of wisdom that I've ever heard like uttered about like this type of I guess anti-scene mentality that I believe writers should take, is that you shouldn't have this kind of already set out type of ideology that'll please people. Now, that's not to say that you can't be, like in my case, religious and have certain lines that you won't cross because you believe in, like morally obligated not to. But in this sense, they're doing it to please people, and that's how you get books like. A good example, I guess I'm the only one who's read it, but we talked about it earlier, is Tater Skinheads by David W. Barbie. Like, if you go into it with these freaking really lame social justice type ideas that just make the people like Brian Keenan, the book reviewers, just gush, you've already lost that like creative drive to do something. And that's why a lot of these people, especially in this scene, are so like nostalgia heavy. Every horror novel that they come up with is going to be some kind of cute little throwback to the Goonies, or a cute little throwback to some kind of Stranger Things type ripoff. And it's just going to be that with this social justice stuff like crammed in there. And that's why none of it's exciting. They're not doing anything new. They're just kind of replaying like in the little sandbox that they played in when they were little and just getting into this stuff. And the only like new content that they're adding is like already determined for them, like what's not acceptable and what is acceptable.
Tater Skinheads as a premise, it sounds unlike David Barbie. It sounds like it's trying too hard. It sounds like a straw man of the right, conservative right. It sounds like a total straw man, that he completely misses the point of people who want to preserve culture instead of alter it. And no, I'm not talking about skinheads. I'm talking about what he and his side think are skinheads, but they're not.
Are there freaking skinheads anymore?
Yeah.
I don't think, are there? I mean,
there are people who have that ideology, and they live in scuzzed out, filthy, skanky, places, I'm sure, and drink beer for breakfast and all that shit. I'm sure they exist, but that they for the most part,
Sounds like you're describing Ben.
No, they are exaggerations. They are straw men that the left has conveniently created. So,
I had a lady that actually attacked me once. It was completely funny and ridiculous at the same time. I wrote a story in an anthology called How to Cook a Baby. So the entire idea behind the anthology was just to take normal recipes and substitute whatever meat you had and put babies in it. So I ended up actually researching the hell out of the story, right? I was extremely proud of it because it was just completely messed up. So apparently, I don't know if the lady read it or just like discovered the anthology's title, which is How to Cook a Baby, and like blasted me on Facebook and swore to God that I was like the Antichrist and I worshiped the devil. And I actually had to explain to her that, it was fiction. I honestly have never cooked a baby before. I had no intention of cooking a baby. If you want to bring your kids over, I can totally babysit. I won't eat them, I swear. and but it was just like, it was funny to me because the amount of research that I did, because I actually had to watch like deer skinning videos to figure out how exactly to put a baby on one of those things, to skin it. And so I'm like, well, if the baby spins, is that going to like mess up the meat? I'm not sure how that's going to work. But yeah, she read it and just lost her fucking mind. And it was
in her
like,
defense, maybe she's Irish.
I don't know what it was, but it was just like for a second, I'm like, I was offended. And then I'm like, really proud of what I had accomplished. I'm like, wow, this lady's really angry. I did a good job. And actually, I even tried to like have a conversation with her, and to figure out why she thought I was the devil. Because I woke up that morning and there were no horns, there was nothing, and she was just like, "You are evil. You're going to hell." I'm like, "Well, thank you. I appreciate that." And it was bizarre, but I was really nice to her, and I didn't yell at her once. I think I may have called her a cunt at one point, but she deserved it.
Yeah, that wasn't me trying to make a anti-Irish slur. That was a Jonathan Swift joke.
Oh yeah.
She might have gotten mad because she thought you were going to eat her baby specifically.
At that point, I would have just on principle alone.
Who are some of your favorite authors these days, Mike?
Dude, I'm still like a huge Richard Lehman fan. I mean, that is like one of my biggest influences of all time.
Well, you don't have any more Lehman novels to read. You're eventually going to run out.
I think I have them all, and there may be a couple that I don't have, but the market fluctuates for Lehman novels. Like when I first started collecting, they were stupidly expensive, and then they dropped in price, and then they skyrocketed again. So I've been reading a lot of Lehman. I still read occasional Stephen King. It just depends on the mood and how pissed off I want to get afterward. I even tried to read Nicholas Sparks once.
What did you write again? That sounds familiar.
Nicholas Sparks, which, Dear John, it's just like the most saccharine, like, it's weird, but the guy writes really well. And I figured if I can write a novel like that, I could be rich. I just haven't figured out his formula yet.
So this is what Zach was talking about. This is David Barbie usually isn't this lame. This is like hit you over the head, obvious. It's trying too hard. Look, it's got a cool cover, I guess, but the whole premise, it's so childish.
Yeah, they all removed the book because of the Confederate flag.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm surprised.
But I don't know. That's trying way too hard, Bacon Fried Bastard was awesome. And I don't know about Ben. You read Jimbo Yo Jimbo or whatever? Is that it?
Yeah, that was a pretty fun book.
Was it? What'd you do? What, 4 stars? Surely not 5.
You have to look at David W. Barbie to find his actual.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like a 4 stars or something like that.
It was a redneck samurai. What else?
A bunch of shit.
You had me Redneck Samurai. I don't know.
I do like that title.
No, you know what? There was one that he did write. There was one that he wrote that I actually did like, and it was through Carl Fisher's Laser House on the Prairie. This is actually pretty cool. The main character is gay. He leaves home because he's forced back into this gang that he used to be in, and he feels obligated to do it to protect his husband. Yeah, but it doesn't beat you over the head like Tater Skinheads does, and it's actually cool the way he explains how the world operates that the guy's in, and everyone is like a fantasy imagery generated, version of themselves. Like everybody's cosplaying with like holographic armor or some shit that makes them into their favorite fictional character. Everybody in the world is like that, is wearing some kind of holographic, projection like an outfit, and it's pretty cool. Like they're looking for these almost like Infinity Stones, but they're explained differently.
Okay, I'm lost. I'm just gonna have to read this.
Well,
yeah, I am too.
It's actually a good example of David Barbie's writing, but it's a lot like a Marvel Universe type shit. It's really geeky and but it's fun. Tater Skinheads though, no.
Did you actually read Tater Skinheads?
No, but I can tell by looking at it that
it's pretty bad.
It's forced, way too forced, and surely Vincenzo didn't help him develop that idea.
Yeah, it was during the reign of Vincenzo at Zara Pulp Press.
That's unfortunate because usually Vincenzo had better taste than that.
At one time, I believe I saw on Facebook or something that maybe it had been rejected. No, that's not right. Never mind, I can't remember.
Oh, okay, that was a while back. What Frank's referring to, and
Does that mean Frank's canceled now?
I've been seeing Jimmy Bleeker in here for several consecutive weeks. So thanks for the support, Jimmy. And I don't know what you got against the Czechs, but we'll do what we can. I don't know. But no, I'm sure Ann will be back shortly. So where do we go from here? I don't know, man. We've been at this.
Create a troll account and start trolling.
I can't.
There you go.
I can't be on two accounts, signed into two accounts at once, though. Somebody else has to do it. You should have put that on the air, man. You should have kept that in the private chat. Now people will know.
Yeah, people are gonna expect it now, dude. You just can't like bum rush people.
You ruined it.
Right. It's not a surprise anymore.
So obviously you're not making a living from writing, but no, few people are. What do you what do you do with that? You can be as careful as possible. You don't have to like full out dox yourself, but like what kind of line of work are you in? Is it physical labor? Is it first responder? What, like librarian? What?
No, I'm actually a cook at a nursing home, so it's not like which is kind of fortunate and unfortunate at the same time. You know, I have so many people that are working from home, which those lucky bastards, I wish I was one of them. But no, it's, during this whole like COVID shit, I've been extremely safe, and working every day. So it's like, well, everybody else is like stuck at home. It's like normal for me to be outside, doing my own thing.
Yeah.
Are they harder on you all for like checking you like constantly because you're working around old people?
We actually, it was in our state, which I'm in Ohio, we started doing like temperature checks before everyone else did. So then from there, it escalated to shutting down the entire building to visitors. And then after that, we started wearing the masks. And then now we wear, if we're like on the floor where the residents are, we have to actually wear goggles, face masks. It's just,
that's kind of lame, for them to, make that, provision like a rule. I don't believe it. Ann's actually sitting down.
Yeah. I made it back. Prayer meeting's over.
You got your cardio in. What were we talking about?
The masks. It actually, it's ridiculous. It is. But at the same time, where I work, there has been no cases at all. And they recently the National Guard came in and tested us. And so far, we're the only nursing home that I am aware of that doesn't have COVID. So,
wow.
That's
have you actually
thing.
had the test where they put the gigantic thing down your nose?
I think I got cheated, dude, because I had when they tested me, they just kind of like stuck it on my nose and like swirled it around for a minute. I thought that they were going knuckle deep, and I'm like, that's not even like, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Have you ever seen the movie Contagion? It's like you go back and watch it now, and every step of it is what's happening now, and I find that kind of ironic because some people believe that television and movies are predictive programming. I'm sure you've heard that buzzword.
I've seen some concrete examples of that. It's pretty crazy. Not that it can't be like a cherry pick thing, and that something's going to come out eventually that like links up and it's just completely coincidence. But some of the examples I've seen are pretty like freaky.
But I mean, the case can be argued for Contagion, that movie Contagion. Everything that happens in it has happened this year, basically. Even up to somebody, making snake oil that promotes a cure for it and actually does not. I'm sure that's going to happen too, But I still think that the whole thing is overblown to a degree. What do you think, Mike?
I agree. Without a doubt. I mean, you have people, I get it, they're scared, whatever, but the whole mask thing, it's just crazy. I have yet to wear my mask out in public. I get paid to wear one at work. When I get home, I don't wear it.
Mm-hmm. I recently had a family member that had a stroke, and I was not allowed to go see them at any point until they were about to be discharged. And I mean, the resentment, the alienation that I went through, because I've always been close to this person. It was like, it hit me really hard. It's like, how dare these people keep me from this sacred bond, family bond, and meanwhile people are out, setting shit on fire, and they're allowed to do it. Police are bowing down to them, getting on one knee for them, and I can't even see this family member who is in dire straits and may need me to make sure that they're not abused by hospital staff or neglected, Yeah,
my mom was in the hospital, and it was like we taken her to the emergency room. We dropped her off and had to wait in the parking lot while they, checked her out.
That I don't care what's going on. The nerve, the temerity, the audacity of that is disgusting. And I've told all of them, when I encountered it, you people need to get the fuck over the sniffles. Okay. That's what I told him. And, but thankfully he's out of the hospital. And he said that I have actually done more for his recovery than anyone in either of the hospitals did. So I've at least got that notch on my belt,
And that's the crazy thing too, is like, if you have someone that's in the hospital, they actually make room for more COVID people and get rid of the people that actually should be in there, which is just bizarre to me. I'm like, my mother was in ICU and then separated from the COVID people, but then to make room for more COVID people, they actually sent her home. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
And in nursing homes, they have to share rooms. These poor old people who are dropped off by negligent or busy children who can't. Oh no, Ben did it again. Ben, I thought we were having a lively discussion here. What is it? He's pulling a Daniel again. I have to apologize to Daniel Gonzalez now because I made such a big deal about him doing that on the old show. Now Ben has done it twice. We're going 2 and 3. Ben's 2 and Daniel was 3. I mean,
sleep.
I heard you snoring, man. You can't deny it. You're even denying it like Daniel did. Daniel, I apologize now. I can't hold that over him anymore. You snored for a minute, man.
That's funny.
I thought we were having a good discussion there. I'll let you
I'm
talk.
awake.
Well, yeah, I'll let you talk for a while so you don't fall asleep. Go ahead.
I don't have anything to say.
What were you dreaming about?
Your mom?
I fell into it.
What time is it where you are, Ann? 7, 8?
Let's see. Oh, it's almost 8. I better get going if I want to get this book finally to Amazon today.
Send me a free copy.
Yes, I will.
I'll buy it.
Yeah, send me a copy and I'll put a review up on Cultured Vultures.
I don't want you to send me a copy. I want to buy it. I like to support, authors who care to come on this show, So
I'm a master's student. I have no income.
I feel like maybe we are rapidly approaching the end. Is there something else we meant to talk about? Maybe we should finish up with any books we've been reading, like go all the way around the whole round table and talk about any books we finished reading. I already covered Ann's, but I might want to rant a little bit about the new Terry Goodkind. This fucking guy. How many of you are familiar with Terry Goodkind and his semi-bland kind of sword and sorcery novels that are still kind of campy fun in an Ed Wood kind of way? How many are familiar with Terry Goodkind?
I mean, I know of him, but I haven't read him.
What have you read by him? And what have you read by him?
I can't remember.
How far did you get into it?
I don't know. My cousin lent it to me, so I think I made a pretty good college try at it. But
Wizard's First Rule, maybe?
Yeah.
See, Terry Goodkind blew up right around the time of Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time, or maybe a year or two after, and he's he's been accused of being rapey, but I think anybody who uses the term rapey isn't really seriously concerned about, the very serious issue of rape. I feel like it's a very childish high school term. But I guess because he writes in medieval times, the subject was broached a lot in the first few novels. It has since become like his two main characters, Richard and Kaylin, are basically Mary Sue's. I don't know what the male equivalent of a Mary Sue is. Basically overpowered, always has the correct answer to everything, and always saves the day. What is a male equivalent of Mary Sue? Gary Sue?
Gary Stu.
Gary Stu, right? Gary Stu?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the thing. And I mean, at one point, and I don't think I'm really spoiling anything because I don't see Zach, who's always butthurt about spoilers. I don't see him picking up any good kind.
You deserve to be punished for freaking spoiling.
No.
What, are you going to spank him?
Yeah.
No, he deserves to be.
I've terminated
thrown
that.
in jail.
Anyway, so I don't think you're going to pick up a good kind novel at any point in the future. So I'm just going to say this. At one point, Richard Rahl, or Lord Rahl, actually finds a way back from the dead. Okay, by merging like sources of light or some shit and following it back to the land of the living or something. And it's really cringy how he explains how he did it. Moments later, his body is warm again, and he explains to one of the female main characters how he did it. And he said, "I don't know. I just thought I would give it a try." And she's looking around at everybody like, he thought he would give it a try. And I'm like cringing so bad that I look like I've been drinking lemonade. It's so cringy. And in this new novel, Into Darkness, Volume 5 of Children of Dahara, he basically goes to Mars and helps liberate them from the Golden Goddess. I don't know where he gets this shit, but he's the Ed Wood of sword and sorcery now. He wrote this with a straight face. I truly believe it. He thinks it's his best work to date. He took Lord Rahl to Mars. Richard Rahl has conquered sadistic dominatrix women in red leather. He's conquered warlords and war wizards and all this shit. Now he has conquered the afterlife and Mars. I mean, where else can he take this guy? Can't he just have like a Greek tragedy ending where things don't go his way with finality? This is getting fucking absurd. He goes to Mars and teaches these like reptilian people how to wage war, and they stop for like an entire day to sample each other's water weed in a form of like funereal respect. I don't know what I'm even reading anymore from this guy. He used to just preach on about Ayn Rand, and now he's going to fucking Mars. What is this?
That is the end result of being an Ayn Rand head.
I don't even know what I'm reading from this guy anymore. So let's see. I'll run through the list quickly, or try to. The Day It Rained Blood. This is fucking awesome. I don't know how many of you are familiar with The Red Mohawk by Anonymous. The author actually goes by Anonymous. That's his name. Publishing name. Anybody heard of Red Mohawk or Bourbon Kid? He wrote a score of novels of both, for both. No?
No.
The plot.
I do have a book by a guy called Anonymous, but I don't know if it's the same guy. It's just like a white cover. There's no title page, nothing. Somebody gave it to me to check out, and it's a little bizarre.
Probably another Anonymous. There's sometimes Goodreads like jumbles authors together with the same name. You know?
Is it Diary of an Oxygen Thief?
No.
This one. There's like I found it on Goodreads, and it's like there's like a title for it. I can't remember what it is now.
Is it My Secret Life?
No, it's like I said, there's like nothing on the fucking cover. I looked everywhere. I Googled it because the guy was like, his shop had received a copy, and he's like, just let me know what it is. I'm like, all right, and it just like it's almost like Catcher in the Rye almost. But
yeah, it's not him.
No. Okay.
So the Red Mohawk, he's basically this superhero type guy, but it's not done in a way where he's actually, acting virtuous or obviously. And he actually lands in this town called B movie Hell, which I thought was an awesome touch. And it just spirals out of control from there, and he falls in love with this girl named Baby. And there are all these little, micro tributes to Dirty Dancing, right? It's really cool. It's cooler than it sounds. So this is the latest that I've been able to find of this series. He basically goes to this place called, I guess it's Purgatory, and it's a bar. And he meets up with all these people, this collective that are called the Dead Hunters. One of them is an Elvis impersonator. Another one is this gypsy girl named Jasmine. And let's see, there's Bourbon Kid, Rodeo Rex. I think Rodeo Rex has this metal hand that stops bullets in motion. This whole thing is fucking awesome. The Day It Rained Blood, one of my favorite characters, is beheaded, and I was very let down by that because it happens early on, and I won't say who in case anybody reads this series, but this was it also introduced a new character named Sanchez, who apparently is always getting them into mishaps where he has to pee in like empty beer bottles and shit, and it's always a problem when he's driving or so. I don't know. Anyway, he ends up being the most heroic one in this book, and he where things just kind of happen to his advantage in a rather clumsy way. But yeah, this was pretty awesome. Let's see. Ration by Cody Luff is like very Handmaid's Tale-ish. You guys are familiar with Handmaid's Tale, right?
I just won't read it because I'm tired of people talking about it. Like, I'll eventually read it when people aren't talking about it.
About what? Ration?
No, Handmaid's Tale.
Okay, well,
because of the HBO show.
Yeah.
I
So,
read it about 30 years ago. So
what'd you think of it?
I barely remember. It was 30 years ago.
So Ration is kind of like Handmaid's Tale, only, basically men do not exist in this world anymore. It's just women, and they're in these houses that are basically called farms, and they get very little to eat. Okay, these girls are all like, poor Somalian children or something, and they can order rations. There are ration A's, which are the most tasty and calorific. They have the most calories, but what they don't realize is that their own girls, their own kind that are among them, are being farmed out. They get hand selected, hand picked, and they are basically butchered and chopped up and turned into these rations. There's ration A, ration B, ration C, and it's basically like a sorority cannibalism, I guess I can describe it as. Well, what were you going to say, Ann?
I was just going to say, it's people.
Yeah, exactly. It is definitely ration A is people. So yeah,
The greatest people.
Let's see. I did read Ben's poems and texts, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah. I don't remember what I said about it. Let's see. There you can read that. I still feel that poetry is a vulgar display of power, and that it should always be funneled into some kind of worthy fictional narrative. I think fiction is infinitely more valuable than poetry. Sorry, man. But I did like Human Skin.
You're not out of my power.
Huh?
You know not of my power.
So I liked Human Skin Lampshade and Satan's Favorite TV Channel. But, it's not my favorite.
That was fun to write.
I'm still waiting for you to amaze me like Zach did with Indie Rock Cabin. But
hey, Ben, don't tell him to
keep waiting. Hey, you don't know what my fucking power level is, boy.
So I read Life, and this one that Christoph mentioned several episodes ago. You remember? Anybody remember?
Yeah, I bought that a couple of days ago.
Oh, it's incredible. Frog Baby is a pretty rad story in it. It's a collection of stories and proto space, and there's proto space and there's post space, and this octopus-like creature, like journeys between them in a weird way. Some other kid is experimented on by aliens, and he is sent to all these bubbles that mimic at different environments. I don't know. It's like virtual reality inside bubbles that he's sent to, and he's drugged by these aliens to go into. It's wild, man. I can barely explain it. There's another story with a kid that has an irrational fear of crows because they ate some dead body or something. I don't know. It's like a fever dream, you know. And I read this in the waiting room of the hospital, so you know my memories are kind of mixed about it now because I was in a state of shock. But this is still an awesome story. 5 stars. Would love to get Brett Peterson on to talk about it and shine light on some of the ideas because they are wacky. This guy's like a more schizophrenic Philip K. Dick. Maybe in a few years he can flex that muscle into something more substantial. And from there, I hand it over to whoever else wants to talk about what they've read.
Okay. Well, I finished reading Necroscope just the other day. It's not good. It's really disappointing. It has some interesting ideas. It starts off pretty intriguing, but I just don't know what he was trying to do with the book. It's like there's a chapter that goes into like excruciating detail about trigonometry and mathematics in general to show that the main character is like talented in it. And it has no bearing on the plot whatsoever. The main character is basically just like a Marty Stew. Everyone's just like saying, "Oh, he's so smart. He's so awesome. He has like a hot girlfriend, shit like that. He has a tragic backstory, just like the classic Marty Stew kind of things." The villain is more interesting. He has a more interesting plot line, but you know, by the time like the plot really kicks in towards the end, I just stopped caring. Also, there's like a really pointless framing device about the about all of this like being dictated longhand to someone who's like an MI6 agent or something like that. And that is just really pointless. It's just like there's cool ideas here. It's just like a mix of like a spy novel and vampire novel and like a guy who can talk to dead people, but it doesn't coalesce. It's not good.
Maybe it's the covers that lured everyone in.
I don't know. Maybe the sequels are better, or maybe like when they came out, like nobody had seen, you know, that kind of book at the time. But it's not good. Also read a little bit more of Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72. And that's way better.
That's it?
Pretty much.
You still reading William Volman?
I finished that book a while ago.
Okay. I'm surprised. I didn't know anybody could finish that shit.
But no, that book wasn't very good either. The William Volman book, The Lucky Star.
This was during Jimmy Carter's time or Reagan?
No, it was the campaign is McGovern versus Nixon.
Okay.
And
what
you know,
kind of insights did you have? I mean, what kind of insights did Hunter have about that?
Well, I'm still toward the beginning where he's where the campaigns really haven't kicked in, but he does talk about like the state of Washington D.C. in 1972, the high crime rates, and you know, he's talking about like the Democratic primaries and like how humiliating they are for a lot of the candidates. Like one candidate who stood outside a factory trying to shake hands with the workers, and like 90% of them, it just ignored him completely.
Ouch. Okay. So what? Now we go over to Zach. What did you finish again?
I finished a couple books. I've been reading a lot recently. I read first book I finished was called Halloween and Satanism by
Here we go.
It's called, the author's name on Goodreads is listed as Roby Phillips. I think that's that one. That's some kind of weird error.
Yeah.
But, it was actually pretty good. I read it mainly just because of the cover, because I'd seen it somewhere and it just looked. I mean, I love like that type of really goofy, like in a way cozy type of like Halloween feel. And then plus where I've been reading so much like theology and stuff lately, like it just kind of fit. Honestly, there wasn't a lot that I disagreed with in it, but the authors got a little bit extreme. Like they're the type of people who would kind of like, I think, write off everything. Like say there's a story that has some kind of horror element in it. It seems like they would completely write it off and take an extreme view, whereas I wouldn't. Although there are a lot of things I definitely see what they're saying, like straight up like concrete satanic examples and certain things in pop culture and certain things in Halloween, but they get really cheesy in their delivery, and it's a lot to go into, which I don't really want to get too much into it. But I did like the book, and a lot of it I did agree with, but then a lot of it was kind of cheesy. But other book, or one of the other books I finished was Ben's book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, which I thought was very fun. It was very quick. I wish Ben would write a much longer book, but this one was a poetry collection, so it makes sense. But it was very funny. I think out of everything that he's written, this was definitely the funniest. Then the next book I read was What Does the Bible Say About Various Paranormal Entities? A Styled Paranormology by Ken Amy. And I was very, very impressed with that book. It was short, but it was packed full of just a ton of research. And it's pretty much exactly what it says. Like it talks about, I don't know. Yeah, the third one down there. Yeah. It's pretty much exactly what it said, or what it sounds like. He talks about the various beings in there, like the cherubim and seraphim, that type of thing. But then he also goes into some kind of like biblical controversies over certain, like I guess you'd say, entities. One of them being Lilith, and the conclusion he draws is that Lilith, as it's mentioned in the Bible, is nothing more than something very mundane, but people, I guess, over time, like read something into it, and they created a weird mythology around it that's not backed up in scripture, and just various other things. Like he talks about the Leviathan, how people believe that, like in the Bible, it's described as like a flesh and blood, like actual creature. And a lot of like the mythologizing and like metaphorical things with Leviathan being a symbol for chaos. Like it's kind of both. It's kind of confusing to get into here, but overall, it was a very good book and super, super detailed.
Okay.
He's able to.
Insane how many books he's written.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So what else?
I think that's it for me.
So
I've got a couple other books I've been reading on, but I haven't finished them, so I'll wait till I'll talk about them.
Yeah, I guess we go to Mike next, and then Ann.
I recently reread Let's Go Play at the Atom, which finally came.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
dude! I was like, I had to get a copy from the library because it was so damn expensive. I couldn't buy it. And then Paperbacks from Hell actually re-released it with the original cover art. And,
yeah, we talked to Grady a few episodes ago, actually.
That book is amazing. And
it is. Yeah.
It's just one of those early horror novels, which is like probably a precursor to Splatterpunk. It starts off really slow, but it's that slow descent into madness that you just cannot like look away from.
I felt so sorry for this girl. I mean,
you couldn't help it. You know, you just like, how does this happen? Why does it happen? And it's just like, it just slowly just gets worse and worse and worse for her.
Does it not make you mad that the real freaking woman that this was like the mom the story was based on was like released after 5 years or something?
Yeah.
And actually died, I believe, like natural causes. Like it just infuriates me. And like
tried to sequelize Let's Go Play at the Atoms, by the way. I've heard that there's actually two different people who tried to who try to continue the story. One where the kids get off based on some legal loophole or some shit, and another one where they actually killed the parents. The parents didn't go on vacation; they killed the parents, and they live in the house, just doing whatever they please. I think. I don't think anybody should have added on to this story. It's self-contained. This is like a pastiche, I think they call it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it really had an effect on people.
What I didn't realize was that, like, I was looking to see if he wrote anything else, but there isn't anything else. He died. I'm like, well, shit.
Grady said that he was a severe alcoholic, and
he actually relapsed while he had gotten off the bottle, but relapsed while he was writing the book.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it was just one of those books I've always heard about, but could never get my hands on. And so to finally see it re-released in paperback is actually kind of cool.
Did you hear about it in Paperbacks from Hell, or had you heard was it like legendary before that?
Oh, it was legendary way before that, because I had probably read it. I finally got my hands on a copy maybe 3 or 4 years ago from the library of all places. So I heard about it way before that. And then I wanted to buy a copy, but the going price just for a used, like, beat to ship paperback was like $300. And I'm like, no, I'll wait. And then I saw, like, I read Paperbacks from Hell and heard that it was being re-released with all these other novels. I'm like, okay. I pre-ordered it, and it was like $15.
You got to check out this one too, Mike. I'm telling you.
Which one's that one? I can't
Portrait
see it.
of Englishman in his Chateau. My mother actually threw it away when I was younger, and I had to reacquire it a few years ago. Let's see. There's squid.
The
Squid.
The way you describe it, it sounds very Sedaean.
What Sedaean? What is that?
Like the Marquis de Sade.
Marquis. It's very decadent. They eat like gourmet shit. I think literally. There's all kinds of debauchery, different sexual positions, and there's squid rape of a German girl. This is right after World War II, also, I believe, or World War I, probably II. And also, there is, this is funny that we got Mike on at the same time. This is a weird little piece of synchronicity because they skin a baby alive.
There we go.
So that's a strange providence. That's some strange providence there. So.
Have you ever read a sentimental novel?
A sentimental? No, I haven't.
It's kind of like that. It's by Ellen Rob Grillet. It's basically about a guy whose daughter is his sex slave, and there's a bunch of scenes with sex slaves and sex slaves getting murdered and shit like that.
Did Mike leave? Is Mike still? Yeah, I guess he probably crashed. He probably crashed or something.
Probably.
Okay, so Anne, you read anything lately?
I've been reading little bits and pieces of this French language version of Armistead Maupin's Chronicles of San Francisco, but as you know, mostly I've been rereading Electra's Revenge, which I'm struggling to publish because I'm very tired.
Self-published, right?
But, it's encouraging that as tired as I am, and even though I wrote it and I've read it 15 dozen times, I still find it at least somewhat amusing.
Right. You got to get it perfect, right? So you said The Night Listener. I mean, I've seen the movie. This is based on a true story, isn't it?
The Maupin?
Huh?
The Armistead Maupin? The Chronicles of San Francisco?
I thought you said The Night Listener.
Oh, no. It's called. Am I getting the English title wrong? Chronicles of San Francisco.
I'm aware that's what made him famous.
Right.
I mean, it looks like there's this big thing called Tales from the City. Maybe that's the English version.
Okay. Anyway, it's
Yeah, it looks like it. The way it's described in there.
okay. All right. Anyway, it's a nice break from editing my own crap.
Oh, that's interesting. One of the recommended novels is Larry Kramer's Faggots.
This isn't. Yeah, what is that about?
Larry, that's basically just like a document of the life of gay men in San Francisco before Stonewall.
Oh.
Larry Kramer was like a big time AIDS advocate.
This is like real literature right here. This is that sprawling New Yorker stuff, right?
Yeah.
No high fantasy or world building, just kind of slice of life, city folk, like that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, mostly I grabbed it because it was only 10 cents. But to truth be told.
Mike, are you back?
Oh yeah. For some reason my phone dropped everything. It was extremely weird. I was like there and then gone.
And has that same problem actually. Anything else, Ann?
No, I'm pretty much, alas, buried in my own crap.
You don't have time for fiction, do you? I mean,
It's kind of
walking.
ironic. The deeper that you get into writing fiction, the less time you have for reading fiction, which, especially if you have to have a day job, which is a huge bummer because, I mean, unless you're an asshole, you usually don't start writing fiction unless you enjoy reading it.
Do you still work in a restaurant?
Not right now.
Hmm.
Not right now. I've been doing a lot of ghostwriting and freelance editing.
Oh.
Yeah.
But now I know you mentioned one. Are you like contractually obligated to not reveal who you ghostwrite for? Or?
Not contractually. It's just
etiquette.
James Patterson, isn't it?
Yeah, it's etiquette.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ghostwriting for Malia Obama. I was about to say Malia Trump, and that's really
That's Melania Trump.
Alternate universe there.
I'm really tired.
It's an alternate universe thing there. And I know Zach's going to say multiverse.
You're ghostwriting for the book that Trump is going to write after he gets defeated by Biden in this election.
In your dreams, bud. In your dreams.
I'm not saying I want him
can't deal
to.
with
I just think he's going to get defeated.
I will say this. I do think that.
I think I've said enough times that Biden is a literal doo-doo pants to say that to show that I don't like him.
As someone who voted for Trump in 2016, I do have to say that I see a lot of Trump supporters that are getting arrogant, and they tout that whole Trump 2020. He's got this, man. This is going to be so easy. It landslide. That is the same attitude that Hillary supporters had, and it emboldened us to vote Trump in. And so you've got to be careful. You don't want to be as arrogant as the enemy was. You have to look at it realistically. Trump is not a god. He's not a prophet. He's not sent from heaven. He is a man.
How dare you doubt God, Emperor Trump?
But I think he is the best solution to the problems we have right now. Even though he needs to be more diplomatic and shut his mouth, stay off Twitter for God's sake. Don't spend so much time on Twitter. You're running, your commander in chief. Stop it. Other than that, just don't be arrogant and think that it's going to be a landslide, because you don't know that. There's going to be an October surprise probably for both sides, I imagine. I mean, this is an elaborate chess game, and they use the media as their board. It's so clear,
Also, even if someone does win in a landslide, I've got the feeling somebody's going to contest this election one way or another. Probably the loser.
And that
I doubt it.
That would drag out for years, just like the impeachment bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sure Trump's going to talk a tough game about how this was clearly rigged. I'm going to contest this. It's going to be the greatest contestment ever.
Well, wait, now
you won't even know. You won't even know. We're going to win. We're going to keep winning. We ain't going to stop winning. And then like a week later, he's just, he's just going to be back in Trump Tower doing what the fuck ever.
You don't think they're
I'm
capable of rigging the election, Ben? You don't think they're capable of rigging the election? I mean, super delegates or whatever. I mean, that doesn't even make
They
sense.
already rigged it against Bernie. I don't think they're going to rig it against Trump.
Well, I'm not so. The thing, actually, the outcome I'm most worried about is if Trump wins, and the Antifa or BLM or whatever the combined front is being called now, it just goes absolutely berserk.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if they got like a ton of freaking like money flooded in and you just like.
Oh, they do. They're
Yeah, but I mean,
funded
like
by,
more than like what they have now. They can afford bazookas and crap.
They're bussed in. they're bussed in. They are funded by Soros. I don't know why you're laughing, Ben.
That's none of that's true.
No. This cannot be pulled off organically. This has to.
Yes, it can. It's been pulled off organically in tons of fucking
It
countries.
has to be carefully strategized. This
No,
stuff
it doesn't need to. What the fuck are you talking about?
This shit doesn't happen randomly. This is
Yes, it does.
plotted. This was subversion of the highest order. Anyway,
Subversion is cool.
no, I don't.
Subversion is cool and good, and everyone should participate
I
in
don't
it.
want to get this deep into it because I want us to stay amicable, and I feel like it could draw blood, But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Mike, did you have any other books to talk about or plug or anything?
Yeah, you can just find me on Amazon. All my stuff's there. If you're interested in, you got the splatterpunk stuff, which is the early stuff. You got the normal stuff. It's just all there. Grab a book.
Grab a book.
Yeah, I'm not picky.
We got Indie Rock Cabin.
Yeah, buy Indie Rock Cabin. It's my favorite book of mine. It's the only time I've been able to get 5 stars out of Jeremy.
Let's see.
Yeah, and by Dr. Simon and Mrs. Gamora.
Yep, and that comes out July 10th. You got any new releases coming out, Mike?
No, actually, with COVID, all the publishers are kind of like stalling a little bit, not publishing anything. So I'm just kind of like hanging out.
Well, I mean that books should be like the most valuable right now. While people are cooped up in their houses, right?
You would think, but like a lot of people aren't buying like physical copies anymore, and like a lot of publishers are like slowing down because nobody's working. Everybody's working from home, so.
I don't get how publishers like legitimately stay in business. Like, are most of them just passion projects now?
I don't know. It's just bizarre to me because, I had my last book come out, and it seemed like it was doing okay. The short story collection, which is the Cracks in the Sidewalk, and then I had another book that was in the pipeline to come out, and it just kind of like I haven't heard anything, with COVID and who knows.
And Anne, you are feverishly working on the complete Electra's Revenge Omnibus, I guess, right?
Yeah. I know I said it was going to be out by next Wednesday, but that was before the whole emergency move started to unfold. Ideally, it will be done tonight if I don't fall asleep at my desk.
Where does she
do
go?
that, you might get typhus again.
Where does she go in volume in the second? Can you give us what is she? You said she has a strange occupation. Like,
Read it to find out.
I can't yet.
But then wait for it to come out.
You know what? I should be able to send you some kind of readable document by the end of tonight.
Okay. I'm at sickfix@gmail.com with that's 2 X's. So.
Okay.
I'll just text you my email address.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let me know when it's ready, and I'll let you know where you can send it to.
Okay.
I guess that's it. I think that was a hell of a show. And
you also download the album I put together. You can download that at thedyingnun.bandcamp.com.
The Dying Nun. Yes.
Yes.
Well, there we go. I guess that's a wrap. Hang on.
You want to sample him? A little try before you buy, huh? Come here, bitch.
Back to the What did I miss? What's so funny?
What?
What's so funny? What did I miss?
That was just like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I thought was funny.
I'm ready to go back to the multiverse.
Well, maybe next time. Now we're going into the echo chamber. I'm probably echoing now. She's gonna play us out.
Okay. Yeah. Check us out again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Play us out with Ricky Berwick.
Nah. Oh wait. Okay. I will
Play us out with my album.
I'll play that one more time. Yeah. Hang on. Am I echoing yet?
We are.
Yeah.
Really? Hang on, yeah. Because I paid good money for this, so yeah, I need to show it off a little more. Thanks again, Ricky Berwick, for the endorsement.
Jeremy, Ben, and Zach. Motherfuckers, you and your goddamn podcast. Keep being as unprofessional as you guys are, so the competition looks good. You got that? You got that? I love your podcast.
Ricky is the man. Thank you, Ricky. That was worth every penny. Okay, so now it's music time, and thank you all. I appreciate all you guys. Mike, you can come back anytime, man. I think
all right, man.
You'd be a good like semi-regular, co-host or something. You know,
Well, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, we're in recruitment mode, man. We need more blood in here. We need some more beautiful minds put together to overcome this tyranny of social cancer warriors. So, with that, all right, thanks. Thank you. Now you may now evacuate the quiet place.
This song is horrible.
Shut the fuck up! Don't ruin it.
Bye!
Fuck off! Be quiet and drive! And I don't care where, just for. Go!
This song really is bad.
No, it is not.
Are we done?
Yes, but not for much longer. This is usually where everybody exits.
I'm just listening to the song.
Why? You don't like it?
It's a train wreck.
Fuck off. I grew up with this song.
That's the root of your problem.
No. Why are you still here?
I'm listening to the song.
No! You can't listen to the song. This is my quiet place time.
It's not quiet, there's a song.
You're ruining it. You're ruining the vibe.
No.
You're still here.
It's growing on me.
It's growing on you.
Yes.